Wow. 100K is so close. So very close.
I believe we get there today with no problem.
Yeah, it seems that way, huh?
Yeah, and Ethereum's got a little spark in it.
Yep. Bitcoin was what, only $130 away from 100K? Something like that. Less than 130, like 122.
Yeah, I think we got some news coming out today on the Genius Act. I haven't read up on it, but I'm going to look into it.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, it has something to do with they're voting on it uh, in DC with the stablecoin. Uh, I'm not near my computer. I'm on my phone. If you get a chance, to check it out. See if you can shed anything on it.
Sick. Sorry, give us a sec.
Altcoins seem to be pretty active, and um, some of the smaller caps are.
Yeah. So you said Genius Act?
Yeah, I think it's a Genius Act.
Okay. Genius Stablecoin Act heads to Senate vote. Okay. Hmm. Cryptocurrency industry in the United States wants regulatory clarity around its on-chain financial markets and digital assets like stablecoins. It is having a lot of trouble getting there. The industry's hopes for a productive policy discussion around a draft bill for digital asset markets were derailed Tuesday, May 6th, with news that the Genius Act, an acronym for Guiding and Establishing National Innovation for US Stablecoins of 2025 Act, is being rushed to a floor vote Thursday, May 8th. Amid growing partisan discord, the initially bipartisan outlook for domestically issued stablecoins could also potentially be scuttled. Oh, man. Well, scuttled.
There was a couple DMs that said, I don't know about this, but I think they'll
I'll
probably
have
be
to
getting through.
I'll have to like do a sort of like a rundown video, like watch a video about it all, because I got no idea.
Yeah, I know it's big for the crypto industry, especially if they get it through today.
Yeah.
Just another part of uh, clarity and regulations.
Yeah. Time is it in Eastern USA right now? Oh, 6:45. Everyone's sleeping still. Damn.
Not me. I usually wake up around 5:30 ish.
Ah, yeah. Everyone's sleeping. You know what? Crypto never sleeps. Bitcoin is not sleeping right now. It's been pushing. It's been kind of cool. Man, look at that. Even Ethereum seeing some love.
Yeah.
Ingu, my god. Max. Max is making money, dude. From in Turbo's group. KG, Maximili, Max
Yeah.
Pack.
Yeah, I heard Turbo talk about it yesterday. Was it what was he in? Was it
Pengu, Pengu. It's gone up like incredibly, like really nice for him. Like 37%, and he's on 20x leverage. Crazy.
Oh, that's crazy.
At max, you're rich,
Yeah, I went in well
bro.
in dollar cost averaging, but I've got a pretty good position on Pingu and went in pretty heavy on Mog earlier this year.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Yeah, dude, his entry was 10,463, and he's got, I mean, he's sharing it, so I may as well read it out.
Yeah.
$3,000 margin at basically 20x. It's 19x. So what does that give you? A trade value of, so like let's just say let's use round numbers. 3,000 times 20. He's got a $60,000 trade that has gone up 36.5%. So 60,000 plus 36.5% equals $21,900 profit. Holy moly. That's great.
Yeah, that takes balls. Is it up today? I haven't really looked at much.
Pengu is up. Yep. 36.5%, at least from his entry.
Okay.
So 27.35% on the daily candle. Up.
Can you look at Mog?
Very, very cool. Mog?
Yeah, MOG.
I'll have a look. Um, MOG, crypto. Oh yeah, that's just been climbing, man. What's left? Okay, yep, okay. It's approaching the like, the one, the big one, because it's at 9,315 at the moment. Yeah, one's a big deal. If you can break through that, then yeah, man, like 1.5, and then there's a bit of turbulence at like 2.1, and then there's a big one at 3. Like this is all the zeros, then 3.
Right, gotcha.
But yeah, that's ripping, man. That's really turned a corner coming up.
I just really like to see ETH. It had that upgrade that I think went into effect yesterday, and it seemed like there was a lot of heavy buying into it.
And there's a plethora. There's so many shit coins out there and like memes that are all just, ripping.
Yeah, I think Thuri is probably one of the most less volatile of anything out there.
Sui
Yeah,
or
SUI.
Oh, Sui, not Stewie. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, man, it's Sui's going really well. It's been doing great. Felt like a big, a blue chip style crypto. Very nice. Fantastic. It's gone up like 13.8% today, Sui. Very cool. Even ETH is doing really well right now. 7.76% up for the day.
Yeah, that's a good move.
Doge has gone up 7%. XRP only 4 and Solana only 5. So maybe they have to play catch up a little bit. But otherwise, yeah, it's a good day, man. So much for selling May walk away, huh?
Yeah, well, I've kind of always said, ever since this everything's come to the front of the line, especially in crypto, I think a lot of models and a lot of things change to where it's not going to be as
Yeah.
predictable as what it used to be.
Yeah, that sell in May thing is an old stock market, like colloquial thing, like saying or whatever. It's very irrelevant today. Like, it's not relevant whatsoever. Clive was explaining that the other day, that it's just kind of irrelevant now. But it doesn't stop people from saying it and seeing it and looking at it.
Oh yeah, it's always going to be out there.
Yeah. Well, we're still in the ballpark there.
It's good to see green days or weeks.
Mm.
It seems like the tariff news has kind of slowed down a little bit, but I think they also have an announcement to this morning at 9 o'clock in reference to.
Yeah.
They didn't give a whole lot of it away, but they said there was a big announcement at 9 o'clock this morning. So maybe that'll.
Yeah. Well, Trump put on Truth Social or whatever. He put that, say, get it, posted it in that other Discord. Where did I put it? Big news conference tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., which is this morning. The Oval Office concerning a major trade deal with representatives of a big and highly respected country, the first of many, he says.
Yeah, this was last
So
night
that,
actually.
yeah. So that
Yeah,
could be
that's what
causing
caused the
the
bump.
market excitement right now.
Exactly. So I think it's gonna keep moving up till this is official and they announce the country, and then if it's good, then you will see I think another bump, then a correction. I'm trying not to get into any long or short position at this stage, but can't hold myself, you know.
Crypto will be crypto.
Oh, yeah. Dude, 100K is just a matter of time. You don't come all the way from 74 and get this close to 100 and not test it. You know what I mean? It's happening. Yeah, there's no other way around it. It's definitely happening. Way too many eyes would be on crypto right now and Bitcoin. Like, oh my God, look, Bitcoin's back to almost 100. You know, it's like, who's going to be the last person to buy below 100 is like the kind of game that would be, or the kind of game that would be playing in their heads, like the people that, you know, are collecting Bitcoin. It's like, crap, this might be the last big opportunity to get Bitcoin below 100.
Yep, I think the same way.
There's going to be a lot of games around 100, I think. A lot of touch and go and run and fade. Trappy type behavior, maybe. A lot of people freaking out. People trying to open shorts, doubting the pump beyond 100. Similar to what happened the last time. Like the first time we ever came up to 100, it was like, yeah. What does that mean? We came $112 away from 100,000. 112 bucks. Yo. Bitcoin pulls that kind of distance every other minute, It's nothing.
Mhm.
Well,
Rick, I just bought the last Bitcoin under 100,000.
nice, man.
I just threw a little in there. I'm like, this is going to be my
Yeah, just
farewell tour
sentimental.
to
Like,
100, and here we go.
it's good to know that you bought Bitcoin underneath 100,000, because you never know. The future could be at a point where we look back on 10,000 bit, $10,000 Bitcoin. It's like those lucky people that were able to buy beneath 10,000 are like sitting real pretty right now. So you look forward into the future, it's like, wow, there's going to be people looking back on the saying, oh, wow, those lucky people that were able to buy below 100,000, you know?
What I feel really lucky at is when I bought at 15.7 or 15.8. That's when I felt really
Oh,
good.
oh yeah, that's great. Yeah.
And still
I
holding.
mean, it's all in context, isn't it? It's like the price context of like where we've been and where we are now, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's always been my philosophy is buy the dips.
Yeah. Good philosophy. I think yeah, as long as you, I mean, dollar cost averaging is just a great, and you know, spot trading, spot dollar cost average, collecting, you know, your favorite coins is a good start, like to get into the market. And just, I guess we all know that alts are down or have been down a lot lately, so that's great. That's the kind of environment that you buy in, you know.
Yeah.
Bitcoin,
As long as you can
while
stomach it.
elevated, yeah, Bitcoin, like while elevated, is I think still a great buy. Like if you have a time horizon where you're not trying to get out of the market next week or next year, you know, like if you're in it for the long haul, like you know you're planning for the future 10, 15 years down the track, 20 years, whatever. Yeah, you collect Bitcoin as much as you can.
Yeah.
But there, yeah, sure. There's like gonna be times. There's gonna be good times to buy, like better times to buy than now. Sure.
Rick, you ever hear from Cheddar?
Nah, not recently. Nah, he's a good dude. He's a good
Yeah,
dude.
he is. And I think the other one was we was kind of talking about it yesterday.
Jolt,
Snook
Jolt.
or
Oh, Snook. Yeah, Snook. Another great dude. I haven't heard from him in a little while, but another guy from like way back. I don't know if you were around or if you were around in 2021 when we were in Tame's channel, but a guy called Sway. He was a nice guy too. Like he was a good fella.
no, I don't
Sway.
remember that one.
Ling Ling. Hello, hello. How are you? Is anyone there? Anyone observing the market? Nobody? Okay. Put the oil in here. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello there.
What's been happening, mate?
Not much, man. Have you been looking at the market?
I have. Yep.
Yeah, dude.
Bitcoin came to within $112 of $100,000.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
So so we closed the CME gap yet or no?
Um, like as in, was there a gap to the downside, or
No, the
I'm not even
CME gap
aware.
up
Let
at the
me.
top that they were talking about. Let me see.
Oh, okay. I'll check. So there was a gap way up high, was there?
Yeah, there was a gap because 110 was the high point, so there was a gap and they call it the CME gap. So we just wanted to
I'll
get
go
into,
investigate.
yeah, yeah,
So, okay, so it exists somewhere up near
above.
110, does it?
Right, yeah. Let's look
From
at
what
the
I can
chart here.
see, all CME gaps have been filled to the upside,
Really?
unless I'm
Okay.
missing something. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
so
no
what do you
gaps
think
on the
here, man?
upside.
You think we're dominant? Or we're dominant? We're gonna pump to, we're gonna basically do a triple top at the 110 mark? Or do you think that
Well,
this is like the bounce from the high? You know, the pullback from the high and then the bounce and then the sell off?
I think it's yeah, like I don't want to make any predictions because
Yeah, I'm just curious what you,
it's hard to say. I'm still very bullish, like for
Mhm.
the rest of the year, really, because
Yeah,
we still have. There's a couple of big factors that we're facing. We're in a tight economy right now. We've got quantitative tightening still as the modus operandi of the Fed, right?
right.
When they flip that to easing, markets like risk on markets like the stock market and cryptocurrency are gonna go up. That's what happens when they ease the pressure off, you know,
Uh-huh.
of the economy. So yeah, that's still ahead. Like that's to come. I think. I don't think that they're gonna tighten further. Like tightening further, like off already loosening a little bit, would be a response to something bad happening, and it's like, okay, well, what could possibly happen that is bad enough for them to go backwards and
Yeah.
retighten everything and raise rates again? Okay, runaway inflation is one thing that could cause problems.
Uh-huh.
Um, yeah, like that's the only thing I can think about. So we might have okay. There is a little bit of a hint that might be on like might be available to us right now, and that is the CPI. Okay, the CPI forecast hasn't come out yet, but we're getting that on the 13th. Today's the 8th of May.
Yeah.
We get the CPI day is the 13th, which is Tuesday of next week.
Uh-huh.
So if if we make progress on inflation, which is CPI, right? Then like you know, if it comes in close to 2%, like which is the Fed's target, that's good news. Like we want to see that. And also GDP, right? Like the Q1 report on GDP was slightly negative, which means there
Uh-huh.
was no growth for the first quarter. Um, however, with the tariff situation, like with all the, you know, what's going on in the world at the moment economically, I think that America in Q2, which is what we're in right now, is going to start depending on domestic efforts to, you know, for goods and services, right? Or for
Yeah.
goods. Less on imports, they're going to seek out domestic opportunities. So
Yeah.
that drives growth, you know, domestic growth, which is gross domestic product, right? So that's a good thing. To try and yeah, like if we get a GDP for Q2 as a growth result. See, we might even we still have to revise the preliminary because there's 3 different GDP outcomes, like releases, like data releases. We've had there's the first one is called advanced GDP, which is what we've had already. Then there's preliminary GDP, and then there's final GDP. So final is like what gets put in the history books, like in the records, right? But advanced is
Right.
like the first look at what GDP looks like for that quarter. So, and then I guess it goes through a series of revisions, and then they get a more like accurate figure. But right now, the advanced GDP for Q1 is minus 0.3%, which is
Uh-huh.
it's almost zero. Like it's just no growth. There's no growth there. Um, so yeah, we still got a couple to see. Like that might even stabilize. Like that figure might get adjusted positively, like and come closer to zero maybe because it's negative. But either way, the technical like recipe for a recession is 2 quarters, 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth, negative GDP. So we're looking at possibly the first quarter being negative. So if Q2 is negative, then we've got it. We're in the midst, like we're in a recession right now. It could happen. The fact that we're inside a recession possibly right now, and Bitcoin coming up very close to $100,000 is testament to how strong Bitcoin is, like how resilient it's been lately. Like in these financial, like how uncertain is the economy right now? It's very uncertain. Like analysts and experts, they don't know which way to turn right now. And Bitcoin is holding ground really well, especially even against the stock market. Like the stock market did that huge retracement. But yeah, I'm so with all that said, I think yeah, Bitcoin's waiting at the start line essentially to what could be a massive markup in value, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah, let's see it. Let's see, yeah, quantitative easing, rate cuts. Rate cuts are also, you know, that'll couple up with you know, if the tariff effect on GDP, like, you know, so I guess yeah, the Fed, it's what is it? Maximum employment and stable prices, right? So if CPI comes in closer to 2%, like, you know, we're slowing that inflation down, that's good. Maybe that'll invite them to cut. And we start like thinking about easing it up a bit because they're, you know, it's still pretty high. 4.5% interest rate is pretty
Have you
tight.
seen what
Like that's still
Ethereum's
tight.
doing? Ethereum's
Yeah.
just
Ethereum's been
no.
good. Yeah, yeah. It's been all right.
Yeah, but look at the volume on this thing though, bro. It's like what are the candles? Go to
yeah.
the 3-minute chart and look at this. It's just like chopping. It's just chop, but it's like directly up to the upside chop. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's like from
Not
where
getting
we're
it.
at right now, I think the bottom's in. I don't think we're gonna see like turmoil like we saw with the what do they call it, the bloody Liberation Day, you know,
Oh yeah.
drama that happened, that big scare to the market. I think that is the most dramatic reaction that we could have seen to the downside. So I think
Mhm.
from here, everything else is either recovery or growth from here.
Yeah.
The worst, I think, like, well, in my opinion, I think the worst we're going to get is sideways. I don't think we get decline unless something happens that, you know, that we don't see coming. Like if there's a black swan, quote unquote. But yeah, man, I think Ethereum, Dogecoin and Ethereum have been reset really far down in the last 3 months. So
Yeah.
they're still like Dogecoin's a great opportunity. I think Solana's still good as a buy, and same with Ethereum.
Mhm.
You know, there's so much recovery above it, like this that it can move really well. So I'm not, yeah, I don't want to count out Ethereum, but I don't know. Ethereum will still be big, but I don't know that it holds second place as it has done for all
Right.
these years. I don't think it holds that place forever. I think maybe it'll take turns with other altcoins that come up and increase in value a lot. XRP could be one. XRP has flipped Ethereum in the past. Back in 2018, XRP was second for a brief amount of time. It was only like a day or two, but still, it got bigger than Ethereum at one point. So it's possible. But yeah, I like Sui. Sui's like really exciting because it's like the new Solana, and Solana was the new Ethereum, the Ethereum killer, quote unquote. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Um, I like Sui too. I just, gosh, man, like, where do you buy in though? You know what I mean? Jesus.
yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it's already seen. It's like a bit of it's a fast car. It's hard to get into.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very, very hard
yeah,
to get into. It's gonna go
yeah.
$4, I'm
I
pretty sure.
I feel like if getting into, well, even shorts, but getting into longs, I have like this analogy of like how would you get into a taxi? Like what's the best way to get in? Well,
Yeah.
you want to call it, you want to stand on the side of the road, you want to wave it down, and it needs to come to a stop so that you can get in safely, right?
Yeah.
Try
Right.
not to
And
get
then
wrecked like
and
last
then
time.
it takes off. Yeah. Whereas like some people they want to catch things in peak volatility. It's like trying to get into a taxi when it's going 80 miles an hour down the highway. You know what I mean? Like it's dangerous. It's already at velocity. Like it's already like that's that's not the time to get in. So yeah, like looking at Sui, it's already on the highway in a way. It's kind of left the station. It's left the
Yeah.
sidewalk.
Yeah. No
It's
kidding.
it's fast. Doge, I don't think has. Doge is still
Dogecoin?
calmly down
No
in the
way.
yeah, Dogecoin.
No way. We're
Yeah, I
still
think
talking about Dogecoin. Oh God.
yeah, because it's a high cap, it's in the top 10, isn't it? It's like it's still a big crypto. Uh,
Jesus.
yeah, it's eighth position. And if you take out the stables Tether and USDC, it jumps up two positions, so it's in sixth essentially. Yeah,
Oh Jesus.
but yeah, I mean that's impressive for like a meme coin essentially. Like it's in the top 10. That's crazy.
Yeah. Right.
It's yeah, it's pretty wild. Interesting feature. But yeah, I mean like the market is definitely speaking right now.
Yeah. Sweet's
With
having a
Bitcoin
breakout,
coming up.
or about to have a breakout.
Yeah, I mean, look, what does it tell you? Bitcoin coming up to like just shy of 100,000 in such a short amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't long ago we were like, looking at 74K. Like
Mm-hmm.
that was
Yeah.
like how many days has it been since we'd been down there?
Yeah. Right.
It's only been 31 days. That's like 1 month. 1 month and we've rocketed back up.
Yep. We have. Indeed.
Anyway, I hope we get some follow through with this move up to 100. Hopefully we can keep the ball rolling. We'll see how we go.
Yep. I do too.
See if I can order some pizza delivered.
Oh, that would be good.
Yeah.
I love pizza.
Hell yeah, dude. This, I don't really need it. I'm trying to like justify.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's like 10:15 at night here.
You really think Dogecoin might have another run?
Oh yeah, I think so. I don't see why not. It's
But
got the
that would
it's
just be
had the
crazy.
performance in the past. It what it needs, it's very sensitive to the conditions. It needs the conditions to be able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, like it just hasn't had the opportunity to do it yet. And that's the same with a lot of the altcoins. They need the right ingredients. We just don't have those ingredients right now.
Yeah, right.
And that is
What are we?
optimism and bullishness in risk on assets. We haven't had that in a while, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'll come once we get QE, once the interest rates come down, like when they're cut, like that this is the environment that risk on is searching for. Like that's what we want. That's the fuel.
Oh,
And
Jesus.
any delay to that, like so be it. It's just a matter of time till we get it, you know what I mean? Like okay,
Mhm.
oh, we don't get it this year. That means okay, we've got more time to prepare for when it does come. That's the
Mhm.
way I see it. I don't think it's like, oh, it's not happening now, it's never happening ever. I think that's a misconception, or it's kind of like a misjudgment on you know, you have to see
Mhm.
the potential for like recovery and growth, because it is there, and it's not too late for a lot of altcoins. You know, you haven't missed the boat, so to speak.
Right.
Hmm. And I'll tell you what, man, it doesn't matter if it goes down or up. What matters is that crypto moves. Like we want it to be volatile. That's how it's profitable.
Yeah.
It's these big swings. That's what makes it so attractive
Mhm.
to get involved in, because it moves heavy, you know.
Mhm.
You don't get that unless you're leveraging. You don't get that kind of moves out of like forex. I mean, you
Yeah.
can get it in stocks, like it can happen. You have to pick the right ones, but like the kind of moves you get out of crypto is wild, very wild.
I can't for the life of me understand what Ethereum is doing. I don't understand
Well,
how it's just slowly chopping to the upside. There's like no down at all. It's just up, 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 up.
it's like, yeah, it's like a cautious climb, isn't it?
It's a, it's like, man, yeah, like I want to buy in, but I'm
I
waiting
think
for like some kind of a pullback. But then I'm like, what pullback? Where?
yeah. What kind of time frame are you looking at? Are you looking at
I'm on the
like a
3 minute.
15-minute chart? Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Oh, I see. So you're
I've been.
scalping it, or you're
Yeah, yeah,
trying to like
exactly.
swing it?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, you're
yeah.
scalping it.
Scalping it.
Well, yeah, from a scalp perspective, it's very much elevated. It wouldn't be.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like you're
Yeah, for
preying on a
sure.
breakout, basically. You're preying on structure breaking to the upside again and
Uh-huh.
again. Like that's
Uh-huh.
so, and it is at
Exactly.
a high point. Like it's banging on resistance right now. So
Yep.
it's
It's
not
about to do it again.
optimal for an entry.
Nope.
What's
Right.
wrong with
It's. I
Ethereum? Like
mean,
big
look,
picture, it's been a dog, like
you
long term.
yeah, like just to wrap up the short term, like you could still long it, but you have to be prepared to stop out if it doesn't pan out. You know what I mean? Because you could be
Mm-hmm.
picking the turning point. higher time frame though, it's got so much potential. Like
Oh,
you've got on the
brother,
daily
so
and the
much.
weekly, dude.
Yeah,
It's got a lot of upside. Like it has to
absolutely.
yeah, if it recovers back to its December highs, that's 100% up from here. Like
Uh-huh.
that's a big deal. You double your money basically,
I know it.
whatever you put into it.
I know it.
Yeah, someone's sitting on it, or I don't know. I haven't really researched it. I just hear people complaining all the time, like everything else is
Mm.
running and it's just sitting there.
Yeah, it's definitely had a hard slog the last 3 months, the last 4 months. It's
Hmm.
been driven into the ground, and
Like Bitcoin's
like
going up to 100,000, and this will be lucky if it sees 2,000, right?
yeah, I know, right? That this seems to be the feeling that the market has given us right now. It feels like that. Yeah, for sure.
Feels like manipulation, like more so than usual. I don't know. I haven't looked
Yeah.
into it though, but just spidey senses.
It's a hard see, we've been here before. Like Ethereum's been driven into the ground. Solana got driven into the ground too. In 2022, Solana got sold off down to $8 or something really stupid, like really low.
It was related to
Fundamentally,
Sam Altman, wasn't it? Like
Sam
or
Bankman-Fried,
no,
yeah,
Bankman Fried. Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
And
So
that's
it
when he
went,
got
yeah,
hit with
there
all
was
the
some kind of
charges, right?
FTX connect. Yeah, there was like an FTX connection there, and people freaked out. Like people thought, oh, that's horrible. But even, I mean, even before that, it got sold off to below $40 in the bear market, and this was before the FTX debacle, all the drama. Like it had already sold off heavily. So um, yeah, like that was just the extra leg from like around 20 $30 down to like $8. Like that was the extra oomph to really sell it off
Mm.
and find that low. But
Crazy for it to make such a big comeback.
oh, big swift and very rapid recovery. I think that's what Ethereum could certainly see that. Like I yeah, it's a very risky thing to bet against Ethereum and other big coins like that
Oh,
have a
I've tried it.
history of big runs. Yeah, like it's
Doesn't work. Yep, not
yeah,
good.
yeah. I
Damn,
find
dude,
that
Ethereum breaking out right here. Look at that. It's going to 2K. We're almost to 1980 right now.
there you go. Yeah, like I find that just in general, in markets in general, downside is fleeting. You know what that means? Like it's not it it's not historically a lasting effect on the
Yeah.
market. The downside is fleeting. Growth
That
and
makes sense.
markup is seems to be the trajectory. That's the direction of markets, at least the stock market, right?
Hmm.
Any downside is like, okay, you gotta make use of it while it's doing that, because it
Hmm.
doesn't last forever. It's only like a little window of opportunity being given to you.
Hmm.
Everyone panics in it and freaks out, and that's like the funny thing about it.
Yeah.
It's like everyone misses the opportunity, but and that's because
Yeah,
of the
for sure.
emotional thing. Like it plays into your emotion, like, oh, it's over. And that's what Ethereum's in right now. It's in this like emotional, people look at it and go, oh, it's broken, that's not coming back. Like it's, I don't want to touch that, but it's,
Like time
look at
value
the
of money. You're
I don't know
sitting
how they
in.
could look at it and ever
yeah,
say anything like that. Ethereum has been in the game since day one. How could you ever look at Ethereum
yeah,
and say some shit like that?
it is
I look at
it is big.
Dogecoin
I've
and
had
say some shit like that, not Ethereum.
I do have concerns about it, but I don't want to rule it out as like, oh, it's never coming back up, because I still think it's got a lot of potential. Like I think it'll come up, but I fundamentally like knowing that there's other projects that kind of do what Ethereum does but better
Hmm.
is kind of like, oh, okay, well, Sui could really take that spot, or Solana are like
Hmm.
capturing that part of the market, because they're doing what Ethereum does, but faster and cheaper. maybe not as secure. Like, and the thing is that Ethereum being first, it had time to for a lot of projects to build on it. So it's very well established and like baked in a way. So because it's been there longer. So I don't know. Like there's it's got
Feels
the
like it
history
could be
behind it.
like yeah, one of those dinosaurs that like stick around for a while, like Bitcoin Cash or like what are some other ones
Yeah,
from last
Litecoin.
cycle that were
Yeah,
like top three,
Litecoin's a
top four, and
dinosaur.
then yeah,
Yeah.
I'm thinking
People
like
forget. I think Litecoin and Dogecoin are like very old cryptos. Like they're from back in like 2013, 2012. You know what I mean? Like that's a long time in crypto. That's like back in the Genesis almost. Uh, but there was a lot of things that were around in that time that died out, like Namecoin, and there's a few others that were quite big, but they're now like a thing of the past. They didn't make it.
Hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, people were trying to compare Bitcoin and Ethereum. They're both so different. It's like trying to compare gold and oil or something. Like
Yeah.
or like gold and Microsoft, or you know what I mean? Like they're just wildly
Yeah.
different things. They're just yeah. The only way to compare them is like, okay, one's like, market cap, that's what you can compare them on. Like how much of the market do each capture. But yeah, Ethereum, it's like it's an instrument, like it's a tool, whereas Bitcoin's not a tool. It's not used to build upon. It's not an operating system, so to speak.
Yep.
It's just an asset. It's like a raw thing, like gold is, like a commodity, like a precious metal. It's like that. It's just different. It's not. It's apples and oranges. Apples and oranges. I can't talk properly. Oranges.
yeah, you should probably get some fruit instead, a little more healthier.
Yeah, I'm tired. I've had like 3 beers after work, and I feel like my brain is like slurring.
It's those heavy beers, yeah, like the
Oh
Guinness. You
yeah,
gotta like chew it.
it's good. And like I don't know if you drink after work, but like it just hits way harder after when you're tired.
The
Like
drink
your
before
brain
work.
doesn't put up a fight. Yeah, your brain doesn't put up a fight when you're tired. So it just the alcohol has its way. And it doesn't take much. You only need a couple
Yeah,
to feel it. Yeah, I can feel it after one when I'm tired after work. It's crazy.
yeah, it sucks to be sleeping
Yeah.
right now. All-time highs.
Yeah, man. This is great. This is a historic sort of little window we're in right now. This is pretty cool. This is like the retribution of Bitcoin and crypto after being like cut down by the
Yeah,
fear,
everyone
the FOMO of the
so
tariffs.
negative, right? Like back to
Yeah.
zero, you know.
It's incredible how well Bitcoin has held up and weathered against um,
You think Michael
the
Saylor
stock
was
market
worried at
getting
all?
sold off
Like,
like that.
nah. Yeah, Michael
Yeah.
Saylor. Some guys are way. I don't know. He DCA's, but his DCA is what, like 60 or 70? Yeah, he was probably sweating a little bit,
Yeah.
but now he just looks like a genius again, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Michael Saylor. Man, Solana's Solana's looking pretty good. Like it's been doing well. It's maintaining its growth on the hourly, even like I mean, thanks to Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin's the king, Bitcoin's the leader,
Yeah,
and everything seems to be like follow the leader right now. So
Bitcoin goes
it's
up,
good.
everything else goes up.
I think if you're in alts, if you're in anything crypto, you like it's in your best interest to support Bitcoin and want Bitcoin to do well. You know what I mean? Because that is our sentiment. That's where the alts pull their optimism from, you know?
The dominance, like what is the target? Is that target for dominance?
You know,
I don't understand that
yeah.
one.
Well, you know what's interesting about dominance is that Bitcoin can still appreciate in value while dominance falls. You can still get an alt season with Bitcoin climbing in value or maintaining value. You know what I mean? It's just that you know the market volume is pushing into altcoins, and Bitcoin does not have to sell off to achieve that. Like historically it has like you get a sell off, you get a rotation of money out of Bitcoin and it pushes into the high caps, and
You're
then
like
from the high caps to the mids, then the lows, then the shit coins. There is that rotation of money, but
you're
yeah,
saying like, if
it doesn't
total goes
necessarily.
up, then like everything rises.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yep, yep. How many people are tuned in on YouTube? 126 watching now. What's up, YouTube? People are probably just chilling. Man, YouTube's very handy for that. Like you can just, turn it on, put it on your TV even, and just, listen to it in the background, chill out. You can sort of hear what's happening. It's
Yeah, I used
very
to listen to you
valuable.
guys just
I mean,
chit chat
yeah.
for like an hour or two at a time. I'd like pop back in. Oh,
Yep.
they're still there, just shooting the shit. Like,
It is. Yeah, yeah. It's like if you kind of if you're too busy or you're caught up or you can't be watching a chart, it is one way to sort of stay in touch. Like you can listen. You can even like turn it on when you're lying in bed, and you don't have to be like watching. You can have your eyes closed and you can still know what's going on. It's pretty cool.
yeah,
Or
definitely in
driving,
like
like if you're
a
driving somewhere, you
active
just
market.
listen like the
I don't
radio.
know about during the bear
Yeah, yeah.
market.
Mm, mm. Man, the bear markets, God, the bear markets are precious. They're so valuable, man. Like
Like that's when
you
you do all
really
your
have to
homework, right?
flip. Oh, and that's where you plant the seeds. It's all well and good having a bull market, but if the people that make the biggest gains and the biggest are the ones that pay attention in a bear market, and they're around
Yeah,
buying, collecting stuff up at huge discount. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And that's essentially Bitcoin's throwing everyone a bone right now, but I'm guessing a lot of people are sentimentally not wanting to touch it because of like it hasn't held up too well like
Been hurt
in the
before.
last 4 months. Yeah, it got smashed down. Like so people this sentimentally and emotionally people think that it's broken in a way, but fundamentally it's still the same Ethereum. Nothing has changed. It's not like Vitalik came in and changed and made it worse. Like it's still the same thing, right? It's still Ethereum. So
Maybe
yeah.
it's like just overall fear in the markets, like with tariffs, stocks, Trump on the news, like
Mm,
the whole global economy.
yep.
Everyone's kind of will take a step back, especially Bitcoin.
Yeah. Yep. Fear, and I feel, yeah, fear, like what I was saying again, like before. Fear and downside is fleeting. Like it doesn't hang around forever. Like the market does get over it, and recovers. Like, seems to be the way it goes.
Yeah,
As
but
as
when
long
you're
as
when
you're
you're in it,
involved
yeah,
in yeah, as long as you're getting involved in things that actually have a future. Because some things don't come back. That's the risk. It's like, yeah, you might be buying it low, but is there actually going to be a recovery or a growth on the flip side? I'll be
yeah.
right back.
Some projects, no. Some buys coming in, big buys.
All right. It's kind of depressing on my. I'm on like the final quarter of my last beer. I do have some scotch upstairs, so it's not all bad news.
It's a secret weapon.
Yeah. I'm in my positions. There's no risk of me doing stupid decisions and trades and whatnot. So it's
Oh
cool.
man,
I'm all loaded.
there you go. Put on
I
like
don't need to
read
touch
only
anything.
mode. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I just watch it and celebrate.
What time zone
Even
are you in?
I'm in Australia, so it's 10:36 p.m. right
Oh,
here.
that's right. You just said it.
Yeah. I'm UTC plus 10. I think New York is like UTC -4, so I'm like 14 hours different to New
Yep.
Yorkers. East Coast, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just waking up.
Yep. You guys are
I think
waking up to your Thursday
yeah,
morning, right?
Thursday morning. Yep. I think
Yep.
I think maybe a little upside before Friday's off. I don't know. Just general.
Yeah.
Maybe a third leg up at one more of these big girthy monsters.
I think it's natural to see a bit of a pullback as people, bet against 100K or freak out a bit, or take profit, because we've come up a long way.
Just looking at Dbloc chart. What is this? The 5 minute?
To have a
15
look.
maybe? I have it on my TV, but I can't see it. It's like cropped.
Yeah, 15-minute chart,
15
and
minute.
then
Yeah.
his dominance charts on the 4 hour. Yeah.
Yeah, like that. So that bull flag was what? It was a full. It'd be
Yeah, it was a beautiful
a
bull
full day
flag, good
of
setup.
downs, full day of like gradual sideways and down, and then So yeah, get another full day sideways and down and then blast off again.
Yeah, I think we've done if you look at the fib extension tool, I'm pretty sure we hit the we didn't quite hit the 1-to-1. The 1-to-1 extension is $100,431. So we didn't quite hit that yet, but we've still got time. I think this push up is still unfolding, even though we've spent the last hour or two pulling back. It's important to see where this finds support. Like, where's this support going to come in? If you kind of dissect the leg up from the low of 95,780, like basically 95,800 to the high point, it's natural to pull back to, say, the fib level of the 382 or the 0.5 fib, which is 98,300 or 97,800 as a pullback drawdown. If we push into the golden pocket, that's like 97,200, so that's a little bit deeper. But still,
A little less.
you
Well,
can
I
launch.
think
You can bounce off
something
it.
like this at once. Less retracement on.
Yeah. So the big high that we achieved on the 7th, so yesterday, was 97,700. We could come and back test that high and seek out support on that, and it kind of harmonizes with the 0.5 Fibonacci retracement. So that I can see like reason to go retest that, recheck that, find support off it. That's essentially the tip of the bull flag, like the high point that started off the flag.
Oh, sorry about that. My headset died. Worst
It's
timing.
all good.
I'm all zoomed in now. Let's see. I think last I heard was you were saying 97, and that was like at the 382, the 0.5.
Yeah, the 0.5 fib levels just shy of 98,000, so 97,800. It's kind of like a recheck of the high that we hit back on the 3rd of May. And also the 7th of May, just recently, we hit that same high. You know how we
Yep.
like kind of double topped in a way? Yeah. Rechecking that level is a harmony. It's like a harmonization with a 0.5 Fibonacci pullback. So
Buyers would be thrilled
if
to buy at 97.
yeah, if you go back, if you have the candle data and go back and look at the way that Bitcoin has behaved when approaching 100,000 in the past, you'll see that it reacts off it like dramatically. Like we had the very first time that we came up to almost achieve 100,000, it took us a number of days before we revisited that level. Like I think it took 12 days, like almost 2 weeks
When
before we
was
could
this
come
again?
back up.
I vaguely
So this
remember
was
it.
back in November of last year, like
Mhm.
late November. Um, yeah, we came up very close to 100, and then it took us like almost 2 weeks to get the breakthrough. And then once we got the breakthrough, it got very volatile, and we dumped all the way back almost down to 90,000, and then recovered very swift. It was very volatile
It
through
did
there.
get a little weird. Yeah,
Yeah, November, December was crazy. Like,
a few weeks of just like, what happened?
yeah. And then the rally in like mid-January, like when we rallied from 90,000 all the way up to 110,000, like that was pretty epic.
Yeah, more epic, like fist pumping
Yeah,
versus
we've
yeah, the,
definitely been through it. There's been a lot of drama, like price drama. And that was our big range, like between 90,000 and 110, with with 100K being smack bang in the middle of the range, you know? And we were like, you know, staying optimistic through it. And then, you know what happened next? All the tariff crap happened and we got slammed down. We lost the range. And it was reason to go recheck the 2024 high.
you're looking at
Yeah, like
daily. Yeah, yeah, they drew a line down the middle.
we've bounced we've bounced so rapid. It's been fantastic. I just hope that it doesn't run out of steam and form like a big macro lower high. That's
Yeah,
the fear.
a big fake out. Yeah,
Yeah. And then it's like not only that, it's like if a lower high doesn't form, well then we also risk a double top. Like if we come up to 110 and just, you know, the buyers just aren't there to take it higher. Like that's another hurdle that we'll have to overcome. So yeah, two big hurdles.
just a big rectangle at that point, like from 110 to 70.
Yeah.
You know,
But
double and triple.
historically, Bitcoin has proven to be able to punch through those macro resistances.
Yeah, like each cycle,
Yep.
right?
Yep. Yep.
Never goes below the old one.
Yeah. So like past performance isn't always a reliable indicator of future outcomes. But as they say, right? I don't know if you've heard people say that before, or like analysts. Like they say it. Um, so in Australia, we have something similar to 401k, like account, like, you know, funds. We call it superannuation. It's like basically our retirement savings, you know, that we chip into through our careers, our working life. And anyway, these companies that offer superannuation have ads, like advertising, and then at the end of the ad they'll say past performance is not indicative of future outcomes. Like it's a little disclaimer that they have. And that's because yeah, it's like investing. It's like, okay, we may have done well in the past, but that doesn't mean that we're gonna, it's not a guarantee, you know? So you just have to be like aware of that. But
Yeah, I don't know. I think
it's
if
looking good.
you look at all the markets, like what you're saying, stock markets, you know, they're going up over time, right?
Yeah, like there's, I mean, unless America is losing its position as like a superpower, like a global, you know, economics and military superpower, then it's gonna grow. Like that's just what happens. Like you've got, I don't know what population's doing at the moment. Like anyway, like with expansion, like with population growth, you need that stimulates a lot of industry and like, you know, jobs and job creation and growth, right? Like a growing population is going to cause growth in markets just naturally.
Yep, more of everything.
But yeah, Yep, more of everything. You need more. You need more houses. You need more cars. You need more jobs. You need more clothes. You need more food. Yeah, it just gets bigger. The game gets bigger.
And scale up.
But I don't know if we're hitting the same kind of growth in population that we were in the last 50 years or 30 years, whatever. It's probably starting to slow. I'm gonna Google that. I'm gonna look that up.
Yeah, you would think it'd be like
Population
exponential,
growth.
right? The growth.
Yeah, like it
But yeah,
seems
I don't
to
know.
have been on that trajectory. Yeah, I'm gonna look up like the U.S. population growth chart. Okay, it's actually
For
been on decline.
the US, like worldwide. Right?
It's it's just like yeah, it's kind of I don't know. It hasn't gone down. It's just it hasn't been accelerating. It's just kind of just stalling out a bit, plateauing.
People just got selfish, like, just gonna enjoy my life, just not have kids.
Yeah, yeah. There's less like the birth rate is like slowed somewhat.
What kind of numbers are we talking here? Like over the past, what, like 50 years, you said?
I'm just trying to find like a result.
We think it's
Okay,
like
so there was some progress
50.
there. U.S. population growth rate from 2023 was 0.49% growth, a 0.12% increase from 2022. So that's 23 versus 22, like 2023. US population growth rate for 2022 was US population growth rate of 2021 was 0.16, a 0.81% decline from 2020.
Ask
Okay.
ChatGPT to concise summary. What are we looking at here
Yeah.
in the next 20, 30 years? Like,
Yeah, what's
for
the trajectory? What should we be expecting?
these guys back from lunch, getting back from the pub.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you have a good point. Mark the maybe like the point five fib from.
And that's the thing though, like with Bitcoin being so close to 100,000, that in itself, like that psychological number, might stimulate the kind of move necessary. Like it might stimulate the volume needed to push it across the line. Like it might not have to rewind all the way back to 97. You know what I mean? We'll see how it plays out, but yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to do that.
Yeah, I think there were big buys last week.
Yeah,
It's like a
big moves. I'm,
while
I'm
we're
glad I've
chasing
got
it.
tomorrow off.
Yeah, yeah, I think more upside on. Let's go.
Yeah. It would take something negative, like some kind of catalyst, to throw us off this course, I think. some negative news, some FUD.
Like Donald Trump getting on a press conference here in like the next few hours.
Yeah,
Oh,
just something negative, something unfavorable.
yeah, I know. We've heard all like the negative stuff, but I feel like what could you possibly say more negative than the past like month or two? It's like it's hard to top it. So I think if you come out with any news right now, it's going to be maybe a little bright side.
I'm just gonna change to my mobile.
Yeah, maybe you just
Mobile.
wait and see what he says here. I think something
Yeah.
some announcement here in a few hours. I don't know if you know. Maybe the market already priced it in.
I've just switched to my phone. I don't know if you can still hear me or not. But
Yeah, more or less the same.
good, good. Yeah, the Fed. I think it's good that the Fed didn't cause any surprises. Like it was kind of all just expected of what happened yesterday. So that's good. That's what we want, and that's probably why crypto has moved up.
Yeah, just no news is good news.
Yeah, no
Here you
news is
go.
good. Exactly. No drama is good. Is a good outcome.
Yeah, no, there's something else today though. Look, it says announces a trade deal with UK. Um, this is 1 hour, 2 hours ago. He will sign first post-tariff trade deal with Britain.
Wait, who's doing a deal?
Yeah, it says Trump confirms he'll sign a first post-tariff trade deal with Britain. This is
Oh,
like in the
Britain. Okay.
past few hours. Yeah, so it's like some kind of bright side, right? It's like you've already
Yeah,
that's bad news to death. It's like, so
definitely. Mm-hmm.
some kind of like move forward.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then they're cutting tariffs for a lot of the U.S. manufacturers, Apple and Nvidia. The the dependencies they have on like chips or something else,
Yeah.
something some
Definitely.
exclusion. So they tariffs don't affect Nvidia and Apple so much. Yeah, I got to look into the stocks a
Yeah,
little
I
bit
heard
more. I
that.
think some of those are out of buy.
You guys ready for 77K?
Dude, I don't know about 77, man. I'm not ready for that. I'm not expecting that.
That's what everyone said for 99. Let's go, baby. 77. Here we come.
And I hope you're like reverse jinxing Bitcoin right now. You know what I mean?
No, I took profit, man. I'm hoping everything just drops to the floor.
Okay. You never know. I guess it could. It definitely could. There's no guarantees. It'd be a hell of a bull trap, tell you what.
Yeah, I mean, most likely if we do drop, I mean, 92, 93 area looks like a nice, very strong support. So that would be very difficult to get under there. But you never know these
Yeah,
days.
how many people do you think are now hungry for Bitcoin? Seeing it come up to just basically 100,000.
Well, yeah, but imagine this. Imagine you're a Bitcoin whale, like a super whale, like a giga whale. And those are the moments you need to unload. And you know you have a steady price point with high price pressure to give you low slippage to sell at. So
Yeah.
that's another thing too, you know, and that's why those sell walls pop up a lot right at 100K at those times. It's like, you know, people that have big bags that are exiting. They know that these are the times where they can have a lot of sells without too much slippage, and market sells as well. So it's tough, you know.
Yeah.
But once you get over that psychological and start using 100 as support, then yeah, I'm back in there. You know, I'm jumping in. But if not, you know, that's why I'm just like, all right, it's a psychological here, and I know the whales are going to take advantage of that too.
Yeah. It's just, yeah, pretty incredible. I'm curious to see how the stock market handles today. Let's see. The S&P 500, where's pre-market? It's up. Pre-market is up. That's good. Up off the close, at least, of yesterday.
Yeah, markets should do good. I mean, especially with the China-U.S. news. Thinking relations might be growing better. And right now, there's going to be surprise guests at the White House coming up. People are speculating: is it Russia? Is it China? Who is it? You know,
It might be the UK.
maybe.
But like, okay, who's visiting the US right now? Like which, officials of it, international
Well,
officials?
Canada was just there, and they had some big talks with the Prime Minister of Canada.
Hmm.
Yeah, Trump was basically pitching how he's going to buy Canada right in front of the Prime Minister. Prime Minister's over there like, dude, it's not for sale, my man. What are you talking about? And Trump's like, never say never. And like, dude's like, it's never going to be for sale. You know how some things are not for sale, like the White House is never going to be for sale. Buckingham Palace
Yeah.
is going to be for sale. And Trump's just looking at him like,
Yeah.
right, just watch me. Hold my beer real quick.
It's like, okay, how do you buy the moon? The moon, the literal, like Mars, Saturn, Venus, the
Well,
moon. How do you
I
buy
mean,
the moon?
first,
You can't buy it because no one owns it. You
well, that's
can't
a whole
buy it off anyone.
Well, but you can claim, you know. First, you have to
Yeah, you
claim,
can
and
go
then
claim it.
first step is
That's
claiming.
right. It's like maybe you could buy it off, yeah, the person that claims ownership or dominion of it.
Well, right now
Maybe you could go.
there are already countries are claiming the moon. Basically, I mean, the U.S. tried to claim
Yeah.
it. What exactly what's going on? I'm gonna look that up.
Think about the old world. No one bought anything. They took it by force. They just they just came in and went, thanks. We're the bigger power.
Exactly.
Like bow down or die. You know what I mean? Like that's what it used to be. But now it's like, okay, there's like political and like purchases and stuff like that. It's different.
There was a crypto out there. I remember about 5, 6 years ago, and people actually believe that if you bought this crypto, you're gonna have a piece of the moon.
That's
work.
great.
And people like fell into it. They're like, dude, so I'm actually gonna have ownership of the moon, like property, real estate up there. No way. I'm all in,
That's
dude.
pretty funny.
It came out right after that Earth or whatever. There's like, you buy like real land on NFTs. I forget what it was, like Earth or some Earth 2.0 or something like that.
Like virtual Earth. I like that. That's cool.
Yeah. They
Yeah.
did good, man. At first, they got to suck a lot of money out of people. And people were buying properties like in downtown areas and things like that. And it was just a map. It was like a Google Earth map, and you just claim little squares, basically.
Oh yeah. Oh dude. That Pengu chart. My God. That thing popped.
So there's a French astronomer from 1846 who said since he's the one that has discovered the moon or something, the moon of Earth, he's trying to claim.
Pingu the next Doge.
Man, there's no next Doge,
Indeed.
man. Go wash your mouth, boy.
Okay.
But no, Pengu's it's got momentum. As long as the big boys don't dump on your heads, this thing could keep on moving. But yeah, it's picking up, man. If you zoom out, when in doubt, got some steam.
It's still early.
What's lucky with Pendu is that it's got that real world aspect to it too, because it has the things going on with the toys and Walmart and everything that are connected to the NFTs.
Yeah, I'd like to have a little more use case or a little more push behind it, but I'll take it.
Maybe like a character in the game or something. Then I'll buy.
But it's going to do good. But the whole thing is, and I repeat a lot of times, they're all going to do good, but majority of them, they're just going to follow Bitcoin. 98% of them, they'll have their separate moves, and people call it decoupling, but it's usually short-term decoupling. It always snaps back if you zoom out and see the movements. But the bear markets on these alts, man, it gets tough, and all these meme coins. Last night Dbloc was saying it's like, people in meme coins, they had like 3 bear markets in one, and that's true if you think about it. So a lot of these meme coins, they could run, they could do really good, but majority of them, they're gonna have big dumps after they have big pumps. And you can see that's usually what happens. So once you feel like your positions are good and you're like doing really good, like really good, it's always, in my opinion, good to shave. Me, I just swing out 100% and then just wait and look for a new entry. But yeah, right now is the time to think like Bitcoin. What's it gonna do? Is it gonna get rejected here and start testing the bottom of that range, 92,000? Because we could range it. It's a really tight range we had before, starting from like November 2024, end of November. Basically, we've just been in that range. Early December, 100K and 92K. So we could do that. But me, I have a feeling it's getting a little too feisty on the timeline, a little too much hopium, a little bit too much euphoria. And I'm thinking once we range there's going to be a little clean out, get those liquidations all the way down and maybe even snap below 72.
Smooth. Jesus. That's great. I gotta put something in general chat right now. See this motherfucker.
It's my little celebration around that.
You heard it here first.
You stupid. You got that.
72K.
You what?
Look at the daily. It's not out of the question.
The spooky journey. Oh man. Good times. Good times.
It's so funny.
We had 100K and we over giggling.
You'd have a beautiful double bottom at 74,800, 75,000. That would be a really nice double bottom to retest that previous resistance one last time and be like, all right, let's get it over with. Move up.
You talking about shaking a tree on back there. I mean, they can do it. That's for dang sure. We know that. It's not out of possibility.
Ethereum.
But yeah, everyone's
Ethereum's
gonna.
doing well.
I think everyone's gonna consider 92 very strong, and they're like, "Oh, we're not gonna go under 92, 91." And that's when Bitcoin's gonna hear through the grapevine that everyone's saying we're not gonna go under 92. And Bitcoin likes to rain on the parade every now and then. So
it does. It does.
Ooh. How the fuck you do that shit? It's good.
Normalize 100K.
Yeah, man. Treat that crap as support. That's what it needs to be in the future. 100K.
And people's minds, and in people's minds and around the world. Oh, okay. We're back at 100K. Cool. Normalize it.
Yeah, don't get.
In people's minds,
That's
like
right.
in people's minds, we got normalized 100K. Then we can really, I think do something from there. But
just like 10K got normalized.
It's
10K
like
was
historically
like, okay.
everyone has profited if you help.
Oh, look at that. Like, how was 10K dealt with in the past? Like, was it a big deal?
Dude, $100 was a big deal. That was like when it went to $100, they were like, "Oh my god, this is like crazy."
Yeah, the big paradigm shift. Like, oh my god, Bitcoin made it to 100. What's next? 200? Nah, don't be silly.
Yeah.
A lot of these forums, you can go back and feel the vibes. You can just go on the timeline and see what people were posting. It's like, there's forums like even the old Bitcoin forum and like what was it, Godlike Productions. There was one called that was like an alien conspiracy forum. But people were talking about it. They were like showing screenshots like, "Oh my god, Bitcoin just broke $1." It's like, yo,
yeah, dude, I remember watching all the conspiracy theories about 2012, like the Mayan calendar, and I was like watching them in like 2010, 2011, because 2012 was in the future at that point. It was like people were talking about it and conspiring about it, conspiracy. They're like, oh yeah, 2012, man, end of the world, Anunnaki, the aliens are coming back. It's like, shit, I should have been like buying Bitcoin then.
Yeah, that's the first time I saw the word Bitcoin was on a conspiracy website, and it was just like, I was like, man, I was like, nah, man, this sounds like it's the mark of the beast, man. This is dangerous stuff here. I was like, this is just like what, digital money? Oh man, this is dangerous. Then I had a friend in Romania pitch me a mining rig. This was back in like 2015. He was pitching me a mining rig and I didn't buy it like a sucker. I was like, man, what do you do? You're going to lose all your money, man. They're just going to suck your money and give you the mark of the beast. And I was all like, conspiracy, like anti-government. And I waited 2 years and I ended up buying it like 2017, end of 2016. That's when I started. But man, this one dude, he was on it. Man. He was like mining when Bitcoin was at like $3-4. I was like, yo.
Wow.
He was trying to sell me a mining rig too. And I didn't buy it.
I remember my initial thought when I heard about Bitcoin, and I sort of like heard, oh, it's an online money, right? It's money online. It's like my initial thought was, I'll just use my credit card. Like we've got Visa and MasterCard. Like why do we need an internet money? We can already buy things online. What's the big deal? And that was just the misunderstanding or the lack of knowledge about what Bitcoin was. Like, that was just
Yeah.
like, oh, why do we need an online currency when we've got dollars? That's
Yeah,
that
it
that was
wasn't,
the mindset.
and
And a
back
lot of
then,
the
like,
world is still in that mindset. Like that's their primitive
yeah,
understanding.
and back then it wasn't even like, the rigs, they weren't rigs. It's just the software, because it wasn't that hard and complicated to mine. You didn't have to use that much processing power to mine, and
Yeah.
just set up software on some pretty slow computers to run. And that's what this guy wanted
Mhm.
to sell me. It was like $350, $300 at the time for the software. And I was like, man, I probably could have got it free. I just didn't know I could get it free. And he was just hustling me, He was like, hey, but
Yeah.
of course, you could get it free. Now I
Well,
know that I could have got it free from back then too.
yeah, dude, there were websites that you could go visit and click a button and it would give you some Bitcoin. It's crazy. It's called the Bitcoin Faucet. Like a tap. It was like a
Yeah, the
tap.
faucet, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you pressed a button and it gave you some Bitcoin. It's crazy.
Well, they needed to do that for distribution, So the foundation, I
Yeah,
think, was doing that to
back
help
in
the
the
distribution of
day.
the wallets, because
Yeah,
that way, you get more wallets, more holder count, and it seems more stable that way.
yeah. Dude, I wonder if it's still a thing. If you can go visit Bitcoin
But,
Faucet.
yeah, there's still faucets that are active. It's
You'd be
basically
getting
now
two
now a
Satoshi
master
or
node.
something.
Yeah, like a master node is basically a faucet. If you think about it, that's what a master node is. When you run a master node on a lot of these protocols, it's just like a faucet. And staking right now, the proof of stake is like a faucet.
Yeah, they give you some dust, essentially, for your trouble, which could in the future be a big deal.
Well, yeah, if
Like a,
the governments make the coins like that too, and with smart contracts, and if people might have incentive to use it quicker or not use it quicker, or things, that's going to be crazy.
Hmm, yeah, kind of makes you wonder, like, where where the world would be, where the stock market would be if crypto never happened. That's like $3 trillion right there.
I mean, it just be
Like,
in.
where would that have gone?
I mean, it'd probably be in the legacy market, Rick. I mean, not maybe
Yeah,
all of it, but yeah,
yeah, like a big
it'd
chunk of it.
be. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say 2 trillion of that would have been in like pokers.com and like what's it called,
Hmm,
poker and gambling website.
probably.
That money would have
Yeah.
went there.
True.
Yep.
It probably would have gone toward inflation, like people using that money instead of investing in crypto. Like maybe they would have bought a TV or a car or clothes or whatever. Like it just would have gone to goods, probably, or just living. That's the thing. You guys in America, like the inflation is still above 2%. So it's like, okay, you're not doing too poorly. Like people have jobs, people have some form of disposable income to keep that demand up. Otherwise, you know, the Fed wouldn't be trying to continue to tighten, and battling inflation kind of thing.
Well, here a lot of people get trapped.
Yeah.
They get financing offers, when they're like, "Hey, just get this and pay it off in 72 months with like a 20%
Yeah.
interest rate." And people are just like,
Yeah.
okay, so they feel like they're driving nice cars, doing nice things, but they're paying a lot
Yeah.
for it, and it's spread out, so they can't really feel the punch of it. But they're
Yep.
basically indentured servants. Like they're buying cars that cost, let's say, $20,000, like a nice small little eco-friendly car, like
Mm,
20,000, but they're paying $14,000 extra on interest totally. Even if you have a 19% interest rate,
yeah.
that's basically how much you're paying on this thing, because you have to pay off the interest first, and at the beginning it weighs a lot more than at the end. So totally, if you're getting a car for $20,000 and you're getting like an interest rate of like 15 to 20%, because a lot of people are getting those rates because their credit isn't too good, that's basically paying an extra $15,000 on a $20,000 car, even though the interest rate's only whatever 18%.
Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy.
True that.
And they don't
In
get that. They're like,
Australia.
They're like buying 2 cars. It's like, yo, you just like
Mm.
do something else. Just save your money in the piggy bank and like I don't know something.
Exactly. In Australia, you probably have it in the US too, but we have like services that are interest free. Like pay it off in 4, installments, like later, buy now, pay later kind of thing. We've got this thing called Afterpay and Zip Pay. So there's no interest. Like as long as you're making your repayments, you don't pay any interest.
Well, yeah, there's companies that pitch that, especially right now, like get
Mm.
roofers or like guys that replace your windows or doors and things like that, or like carpenters. They'll give you offers like
Yeah.
that, services. They'll be like, hey, just let us do the job. You won't pay for 12 months, and then starting 12 months, you start paying with no interest. Like there's offers like that, but yeah, it has to be a big project, and you have to have pretty good credit or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I don't know. It's definitely doing well in Australia. I think it's one of the biggest companies in Australia is Afterpay.
And
Let me
the
look that
crypto
up right now.
crusade. This isn't D-Block. D-Block's always asleep at this hour. He's the true vampire. He probably won't see D-Block till around noon, 1 o'clock. But yeah, a lot of people think I'm D-Block, but I'm not.
Yeah.
I take that as a compliment.
Yeah. Looks cool. Well, we got that 10 o'clock thing happening, right? With the White House, like the Oval Office. If you
Yeah.
go onto Trump's Truth Social, yeah, he made an announcement about it.
Good morning, guys. How's your trading going today?
Yo. Hey, dude.
I'm on the sideline right now, but it's going good.
It looks like Tesla has a nice little day going.
Tesla.
I'm off for the next 2 days, so you guys are stuck with me.
What's the last thing? Okay. I'm just seeing what he posted.
Hi, Rick.
Hey, what's up, Clive?
You know,
Yeah, no.
just make about $10 million in the last 2 minutes.
Hey, dude, 12 hours ago, Donald Trump posted on Truth Social, he said, big news conference tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., which is less than an hour from now. The Oval Office concerning a major trade deal with representatives of a big and highly respected country, the first of many.
I think it's Russia.
Yeah. Could be, could be.
I believe
Big,
so.
big country. Russia's a very big country.
Oh, here we go. 3 hours ago. This should be a very big and exciting day for the United States of America and the United Kingdom. Press conference at the Oval Office, 10 a.m. Thank you. So it's the UK, man.
You
The
were right.
UK.
Oh, you were right.
And then he's posted something else here. The agreement with the United Kingdom is a full and comprehensive one that will cement the relationship between the US and the UK for many years to come. Because of our long-time history and allegiance together, it is a great honor to have the UK as our first announcement. Many other deals which are in serious stages of negotiation to follow. There you go. So it's the UK. 3 hours ago, he posted, "The golden age of America is coming." 2 hours ago, he posted, "Too late, Jerome Powell is a fool." who doesn't have a clue. Other than that, I like him very much. Oil and
Trump's
energy
wild.
way down. He's so wild, man. Other than that, I like him very much. Oil and energy way down. Almost all costs, groceries and eggs, down. Virtually no inflation. Tariff money pouring into the US. The exact opposite of too late. Enjoy. Then he posted 2 hours ago, air traffic problems caused by the incompetent Biden administration, as headed by, in this case, a total novice and political hack, Pete B. Who the hell's Pete B? I will fix it, he says. That's fun. 23 minutes ago, he's got a World War II image saying Victory Day. Was
Yeah.
this day Victory Day? World War II?
World War II, yeah, World War II. There's I think
Yeah.
big day today for
8th
World War
of May?
II.
Yeah, okay.
See, what I'm thinking is going to be a big nothing burger, because the talks, I think, are going to be like, okay, now we're getting friendlier. We can cut down these tariffs. And, everyone's like, they're great. We cut the tariffs lower. And I think that's what's going to happen. And that's probably baked in people's minds already and baked in the price. And I'm just thinking, man, everyone's getting a little too bullish.
Did you guys forget that every time Trump gets on TV, we dump?
Wait, is this like a Clive or a different Clive?
Nah, this is Clive.
Hey, Clive. How's
Hey,
Tesla doing, Clive?
Tesla. I love Tesla. But I hate Elon.
Yeah, you do got a bone to pick with Elon, don't you?
My bone is bigger than Elon's.
All right, we got
There's
the 9:30. We got the 9:30 candle coming in pretty soon. Markets, seeing what they do.
I wonder if this big 10 a.m. Oval Office thing is like a sell the news thing. You know what I mean?
Totally.
Be cautious. Be cautious. Yeah.
That's what it feels like to me, man. It smells funny.
It's all very well and good to come up and kiss $100,000 essentially. We didn't quite get there. We're like $120 short, 112. But we're still in the neighborhood, man. We're still in the neighborhood. We could get it. Especially if there's really, really optimistic news that comes out of this meeting, We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, but the thing is, the UK and the US, they've always kind of been friendly with each other, in a way, in the back end kind of way.
Yeah.
So this isn't like mending anything really, because the tariffs were just kind of a blanket across the world. That's why I don't think there's going to be a big deal. Like, even though he says it's a big deal, and so what big deal can they do besides like some kind of business deal? It's like, okay, we're going to send more Ford cars to UK with a 10% drop. Oh, awesome, or something like that. Who knows?
Yeah. I'm going to Google this. What is the major export of the UK? Like, what do they sell? Like, what's so big coming out of the UK that everyone needs to buy?
Crumpets, man. Everybody needs some crumpets.
Apparently machinery, automobiles, so like cars, like I
Gucci.
guess Jaguars and like
Biscuits.
Aston Martins and things.
Biscuits and
Transport.
Beans.
Indeed. Transport equipment, electrical and electronic equipment, chemicals and oil. Okay. Yeah, okay, so it's like machinery, like tool-based things, and
Yeah, they got a few nice companies.
yeah, a
What,
little bit of
Jaguar,
bits and
Rolls-Royce
pieces.
is UK.
Yeah, Aston Martin, Lotus. You know those Lotus cars? They're UK. But yeah, as far as like commodities, it's they don't have. It's not like they've got these big, massive gold fields in England or like, coal mining. They don't have that kind of thing going on.
Someone's mic is on. I'll be right back. There's someone got an open mic. Anybody know who that is? You're Smoky Pop. I think you got an open mic. You good. I think you turned it off. All right.
Oh man, it's raining. Oh, market just open. Okay, yep.
Market open, baby.
All right.
Let's do it.
Go, let's go, let's go.
Here's that 100.
Yeah, Dominant's taking a little hit. Almost 1% down. It's been a while since I've seen that.
No rockets today.
We had that going through the nighttime.
No, yeah, rockets. They all used their fuel for last night. Today we're just gonna drop it. That's just my opinion, though. We might pump. You never know. My new motto: 77K and pray.
This might be a dumb question, but when the vector gaps happen, is that market maker or like the let's say the other people in the exchanges running it?
That's certainly like market. Well, the thing that's market maker who's leaving those behind. It's what trying to induce retail to hop in.
Okay.
Now, just to get confirmation on that, I would wait till if you're around when Dbloc comes on to ask that question again. Um, just to, I could be wrong on that.
Okay, thank you.
Oh no, you said if it gets recovered, correct?
Yes, like who leaves those behind? Like, is it? That's kind of what I'm
Yeah,
wondering.
I'm thinking like it's a market maker who's leaving those behind. Yeah, and eventually come back and get them. Not all of them, depending on how low, how low, because we might not go below a certain point with Bitcoin ever again. So some of them might just not gonna get recovered on the low end.
Okay, so we don't necessarily have to go visit those again.
No, not at all. But like these ones that we've been making, over the weeks, like we're gonna come back and get these, maybe not now or in the next couple of weeks, maybe some months down the line, I believe, but we'll come back and get them. But any ones that are sitting down at like 3, 4, 5, 6K on Bitcoin, I don't think the Joker's gonna be getting recovered. So
Ah, okay.
okay, Biddy.
So we getting some fuel?
Come on.
Just a little bit.
Let's see. Let me turn the spy on over here. Got a little gap up. Okay.
Wouldn't it make sense to pump till 10 a.m. when Trump comes on?
Again. Goose. It's been a good play here lately.
Love it. I just got a notification saying that Ethereum is approaching $2,000. I love it. I just wish and hope that we hit a topping point for our dominance at that 65.5 area.
Coming in big south.
What are you thinking, Drew?
77K and pray, baby.
Yeah, that's a good one. 77K and pray.
And that would be
Honestly,
the lot.
praying for a full 77 again. What about 87?
I
Sound
mean,
reasonable?
it's very, I don't think I'm going to reach 77, but that's my hopes and dreams right now.
At this point, I see what you're saying.
But yeah, I'm not in any positions except a big fat bag of USDC.
Either way, you still feel good about it. Made the right calls. You got in, you got out. I just
I
think
got
we're
out
going to
a
have a
little
tough
early.
time tapping through 100K up here. I really do.
I got out a little early last night, but it is what it is. Never go broke taking profit, right?
I started taking Doge profit at 18.4, so I'm just sitting here. It just started filling my orders, so I'm being patient, but I don't expect it to fill too many more.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of sell pressure on Bitcoin. Watch out below.
I just feel like there's billions of dollars of the liquidation sitting below us, and it just ain't that much above us tapping at 100.
Yeah.
And I just don't feel like market maker wants to give these people that threw in here at the last minute, the last chance. It's like, yeah, right. How many people tried this before? They didn't make it. You guys shouldn't
Sometimes,
either.
yeah, market maker doesn't want to sacrifice too much money, and when they see there's no follow through, they'll just sit
Way
back.
cheaper, way cheaper for them to bring it down at this point.
They just light up a cigar. They didn't have to bring it down. They just sit back and stop their activity and light up a cigar.
And watch what market wants to do itself. Enjoy that ciggy.
But yeah, the liquidity providers, they have to provide liquidity up and down. So, they provide liquidity in the range. But
My biggest hope is the dominance kind of starts to begin to die off. If it doesn't, we're still stuck in the mud.
be right back.
Mais le fond devrait être blanc. Comme ça. C'est un peu ça.
Attends, il est ailleurs, là.
Good morning, America.
Morning, Zusi.
How are you?
Cruising. Filling order.
Well, we touched 99.5 as I see.
What'd you do up here? What are you thinking, Zusi?
Well, remember my bet was 100. No, actually, it was 99.5 before 89, or I forgot. Something like that.
It
But
was. You were saying 99.5 was kind of your bell, your ringer.
yeah, it is for me. 98K wasn't important. I know some people wanted to trade stuff around 98, but no, 99.5. Yeah, is it's a short setup that worked. I lost track at least 7-8 times.
Yeah, Dbloc had that target 5 up there for a long time. Made it.
Yeah, but the 99.5 was easy to achieve. Like this is I mean, easy, maybe not easy, but it wasn't too hard. The other question was 102. You know,
I think we got to stay above 3 trill. We got to stay above $3 trillion to hold this one.
yeah, I know we're back above COVID all-time highs, so this is kind of cool. I saw ETH actually outperform on a 4-hour time frame Bitcoin, so maybe
It made a
this
hell of a move. It went from low 18s and tapped on 2000. It made a decent move yesterday. And it looks like it's trying to hold support here.
Yeah, I'm actually adding to a winning position on ETH instead of TPing. But on Bitcoin, I did TP a bit 99.3, not 5, but I mean close
Smart
enough.
move. I think this is when dominance has got to start making a shift. We can't be sticking up here in mid 60s.
Yeah, but on the other hand,
Come on.
ETH is in the 20th century. I mean, I don't know what it's doing at 1900-ish, or just below 2000.
There's a
And that's
reason BlackRock has kept it down here this long to accumulate as long as they have.
Oh, yeah, we can blame BlackRock. However, I think it's got something to do with traders not buying ETH.
They gave up. Everybody gave up on ETH.
Yeah. Yeah, which this was a short squeeze at first. No, wait. The thing is, order flow is kind of no, yeah. What I wanted to say is it started with a short squeeze, right? But now we're seeing funding rates back to positive 0.01%, and this is like the best. Like I mean, 48 hours ago, it was the best scenario you could think about because you had like neutral order flow without too much aggressiveness on the bull or the bear side. Even today, we have a Bitcoin going up 2%, but there's no aggressiveness in the order flow. It's not like there was a huge sell wall that got FOMO'd into. It doesn't feel FOMO in the chart yet. In my eyes, it's just an opinion.
I just
But
hope
yeah,
we hit a dominance. I just hope we hit the tippity top of dominance in this area and it starts properly shifting over.
Yeah, dominance is another subject. Did we hit 72% or we came
No, we tapped
66? Yeah.
5.5 almost.
Yeah, well, it needs to cool off a bit, but actually, it doesn't need to cool off. It's just dominance. But
Let it do what it's going
I
to
don't
do.
know.
I just wish it wasn't sticking the direction it's been for months.
No, if you're looking for a short, and you see all this, for me, the answer is still no. I'm interested in shorting 99.5, not only TPing, but actually entering short 99.5. The problem is look, we've been sitting here on a 4-hour chart, right? So, I mean, it's been sitting here for 4 candles now. Like, what kind? If it's a bearish reaction, it's a pretty slow one. I mean, we did a bearish 4-hour candle, but it's not a lot to go from. So I'm passing for now. Like I'm in no shorts. But it is definitely, for me, it's definitely something to keep an eye on. I just don't see the FOMO, the big buys that make me go, okay, this might be a top. Let's reverse trade it. Maybe I'm wrong. I wasn't paying. Actually, I was sleeping, man. I just woke up, so it's based on historic data. I don't know what happened exactly on the 98K breakout, but no, people who shorted 98 are getting their stop losses tested right now. And they're getting wrecked, which is why funding rate went through the roof up again, well, back to normal. There's not a lot of shorts left. Now, if you really want to squeeze these shorts, you need a new all-time high. That's where that's where you'll liquidate accounts, not just isolated margin trades. I don't know. We'll see. It's a green day. It's Thursday. I don't think we have a lot of time to reverse down to 74K for this weekend, but you know, ABC wise, this is starting to become too big of a B up. There's two options. Like either we do down to 74, up to 100, back down again to 74, or we do an upward ABC, and this B up will become a C up if we manage to put a new all-time high. So I think I won't be too aggressive and just wait and see. Hold longs from the last corrective move, and it's tempting to head short around here. It's very tempting, but I just don't see the bearish reaction on the smaller time frames. It might just be a slow one again, no? Like the same way 98 down to 93. Yeah, it was just a slow rejection at 98 the first time. Like nothing too volatile. And then we saw the acceleration down that just gave you a triple bottom. Bam, bam, bam. So, yeah, you know, it's very, I mean, the chart is very bullish when you think about it, because 93 is now support. 98 is might act as support too. So there's going to be a lot of levels to break for holding a short trade all the way down to a new low below 74K, because that's the idea. Like for me, if I try to catch a short, it's to hold it until a new low below 74. Well, 76, yeah. I don't know why it doesn't seem that good of a setup. If we put a new high above 110, then the swing down will be, well, it might take it 6 months actually, but it will be more interesting even. I might try to catch it from higher too. Well, maybe it's just better, you know, to let this drop if it's gonna drop, because it's not dropping for now. Have proof that it can go down at least to like 98K, right? And then on the way up, if you see like a double top, you know, try to short the retest and not the impulse. But yeah, there's just nothing to short, basically. That's my point. Even though we've hit a nice level, I'm not just gonna press short because we've hit a nice level. Yeah. It's the 786 fib. It's the previous high of our horizontal range. We've holded support at the middle of the range, and now we're at the top of the range. If you break out this range, you will probably come back down to retest it as support. Yeah, you could also like there are yeah, you could just buy the top and expect it not to be a top anymore. That's probably a bad idea, but I'm sure a lot of people are doing that, which is why we're pumping. What did Powell say? I didn't listen to the man yesterday, but is he starting quantitative? Like looking at the charts, it seems like he's starting quantitative easing or something like that. Maybe because some alts are up 10%.
He was pretty bearish actually. We should have
Really?
dumped, but then then it was like supplied by chip news, and then Trump's news, and it kind of made Powell kind of irrelevant. Not irrelevant, but whatever he said didn't have that much of an impact. But he was more along just the lines of, we're just gonna wait. We're gonna wait. where there's a lot of, he said uncertainty like 100 different times. Yeah, no, he was neutral to bearish. He definitely wasn't bullish in any way. He just kept saying, we're gonna wait, there's a lot of uncertainty. Everyone he talks to, there's uncertainty. It could be some time. He's not sure when cuts would happen. Yeah, he gave like no.
Cuts. Looking at what the markets are, he can't even hike at these levels. Like, we can take it. At least
Yeah,
the
no.
stock market can. I don't know about housing market and all, but the stock market, you can hike. We'll be fine.
Yeah, we're
Worst
making a
case,
move.
we'll just dump 20%.
ETH is approaching 2K. Bitcoin.
Yeah, Bitcoin has that psychological 100K sell level. It's 270 Bitcoin. Like, but I'm not interested in trading 100K. I don't care what it does there. It's just a psychological. If we take that level and we get a wick to 102, that could be cool.
I think we get like an instant smackdown, like a wick down, like a hard wick to shake out everybody, maybe to like 97, 98, like real fast. Maybe even 96, honestly.
I don't know. I'm not sure about that part. You know, when
Just
people are
just to shake out leverage, like high leverage people, and then
no,
immediately
but you
rip
know,
up like the next
in a
5
short,
minutes.
yeah, but in a short squeeze scenario, you cannot give shorts opportunity to exit at break even, right? So a wick down below 90K would give them that exit opportunity.
No, or more shorts would pile in at the same time. The ones that there would be people that I would exit, maybe like the ones that are smarter and safer. Some people would double down, some people would add in. It could even fuel even a harder short squeeze. And
Also,
then some people continuing to keep adding to the shorts as we're popping back up.
open interest is
I think it does need to flush real fast. But Bitcoin always does it. It's just a quick flush. Just like just paint this red. Take out anyone that's in high leverage. Anyone that's over like 5x,
that should
10x.
yeah, but that should have happened during FOMC yesterday, and it was surprisingly nothing happened. Right, so these events, whether it's Trump talking, whether it's Powell talking, whether it's Elon Musk trying to manipulate markets
No,
and
but
all,
that's what I was saying. Like I think the market is
they're
already
designed to wreck a bit everybody or to stop out everybody. But
that
it failed yesterday, so.
but that event yesterday is today. That's what I was saying. Like the market, there was barely any reaction. Like Powell, that's what I was saying. Powell didn't have that much of an effect on the market. He didn't have much to say either. That was the other thing. Like going into the meeting, there was no
Well,
dot plots. There was no. It
no
was just
surprise, right?
basically.
No rate cuts, so no surprise. No
That's what I'm
rate
saying. There
hike.
was no surprise. There was no actual like new data that was presented. So there wasn't a lot that the market could jump off of. And I think trade
Mm.
and tariffs is what the market is more focused on, which is why like I think that reaction is going to be today. Like whatever Trump says, if the market likes it, doesn't like it, whatever like data, I think that's going to be the whipsaw is today.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, 95K was golden pocket of the down move on Bitcoin from 110 to 74. If we trade too much above it, even above the 786, then I'm gonna give up the idea of this just being a technical bounce from a 30% drop in price. In which case, there's just no short to be taken. Yeah.
Yeah, the golden pocket I have down from 100 to 74 is 96 392
Yeah,
on
it depends
Bybit.
if you use
That's it.
log scale or not. On log, it's a bit higher, I think. Actually, yeah, you're right. Well, 95.3 on log, yeah.
No, I just use regular and I use Bybit perpetuals because there's
Yeah,
that's
yeah. Well, you know, it's plus or minus 1%, let's say, but. $95. Let's call it 95. So yeah, overall, still holding longs and wondering if I should enter short or not, to hedge it a bit, and yeah, in case this is just a bigger ABC. We have this big down move from 110 to 74. Now we have this relatively big up move to 100K, basically. If you want a bigger, longer correction, then it's calling for at least a flat at 74, yeah? Just a big ABC. I'm just not sure that's the most likely scenario here, because we're running out of time for the bull run. Like, it's gonna take it another 3 months if we are to do that, you'll end up like
The safest thing too short if you wanted to hedge is Bitcoin. Everything else looks like it could just
Yeah.
rip past it.
I mean, why would you play shitcoins when you have a Bitcoin? I'm joking, but actually, no, there are some alts that pumped a lot that could be good shorts.
I want to short ETH here, betting that it won't break 2K before going down first. But I feel like it's just gonna.
Nah, I do not short something that's in price discovery downward, even when doing green candles. ETH is at the same price as in 2019 right now on the Bitcoin pair. Like, it's way too late to take any swing shorts. But January would have been a nice short on the pair.
You know what's interesting? I was looking at the Solana Ethereum pair. Check that out.
Yeah, it's just going up. Sol against ETH, and ETH has been. That's what Dbloc was. Fundamentally, Solana took the meme coin from ETH, right? Well, the NFTs from ETH got transformed into Solana shitcoins.
No, like literally, look at the pair. You'd be pretty surprised.
Yeah, it's just going up since 2023. Yeah, Sol ETH. No, we have like a potentially a topping structure on Sol ETH now at 0.01, 0.08.
Yeah, that's what I was seeing.
Yeah.
I bet this is a little bit of a topping point on that pair.
It's gonna need some new stuff on ETH, like ETH 3.0. The news will join the trade, though I'm not too worried about that part. We'll have some news later.
Maybe when ETH 5.0 comes out.
No, just 3.0 would be enough.
I'm kidding, Zuzi,
something.
Come on, that was my joke of the day.
yeah, right. Well, it's what we need, because ETH 2.0 pumped ETH so high during the bear market that, well, it didn't have a bear market, basically. ETH pumped to 2,000 during the bear market when Bitcoin was at 20K. Like, right now, you get 50 ETH per Bitcoin. You get a lot of ETH per Bitcoin. Like, you never got this many ETH per Bitcoin than in the last 5 years. Even with today's green candle, it's just, yeah, okay, you get a bit less today.
That's what BlackRock is scooping it with.
Yeah, well, it's not that I don't like BlackRock, it's I don't care.
I don't think that they're pouring new money into it. They're just scooping out of it.
Yeah, but why would they not do the same thing with every other alt, or just with Bitcoin? Like, why would they buy more
coming in the future with Ethereum and what they have planned behind the curtain?
Oh, there's news about BlackRock and ETH? I don't see it in my chart.
That's what I'm saying, is that I think that there hasn't been true news released, and they're the ones behind the curtain, scooping up as much as they can.
Okay, cool. Well, I'd rather BlackRock not have 70% of the ETH supply, but I mean, if they're gonna pump it eventually, I'm fine with them buying ETH. I think the truth might be a bit to the hack with the hack. Imagine you're a big fund like BlackRock, and you know that North Korea just took, I don't know, 1/10 or 100 of the ETH supply. Wouldn't you be actually giving up on that altcoin? I think that's what happened, and now they're coming back to the market, and it's gonna pump ETH back to like 2,800 somewhere there, which technically makes sense. Just come back to your return to average.
I
We
just think they have the
saw,
ability. If somebody stole something, why drive the price up? If somebody stole something, they purposely drove the price down on them. I don't
yeah,
know.
yeah. They the people who hacked it sold it, so it brought price down. And now that they're done selling, which they might not be, I don't know honestly if they're done selling or not. But I see it in price that they might be done selling because we've reached 1,400, and it seems like we're trying to go back up right now. So they're probably done selling, or they're done selling the part they plan to sell or whatever. That doesn't matter.
I feel like Ethereum's like a car company. You know how they make a ton of this year's model, and then if nobody buys them, they're all sitting there in the lot, and then they got to mark the price down. I just feel like Ethereum's just sitting there with a lot of last year's model cars sitting there, and they're just got to cut the price down. They got to get them out there, but
because on the Bitcoin pair, it's not that ETH is still dropping; it's that it accelerated its drop.
yeah, the thing is that everybody's going with a different brand. Everybody's going with a different make and model of car, even though they got a bunch of inventory. A lot of people still driving around their new cars instead of focusing on their Ethereum car they wanted the whole time.
Yeah, but it's still the biggest alt, so it's like ETH is like Rolls-Royce. Nobody's giving up
that's kind of
completely
what
on
I'm
it.
saying.
But
It's like Ford and GM. It's like, what are you doing here? It's one of the bigger brands that are doing weird things with the pricing.
Like since September 2022, it was steadily dropping at a very well-defined rate, and it accelerated its drop a lot recently. And maybe you can explain it with news of the hack, yeah. But that would have been something else in the news anyway. But it's a good explanation. Actually, it makes sense. When you steal money, you dump it, no? And so whoever stole that ETH probably dumped it. And this also gave an opportunity to Bybit to buy cheaper and replenish its what it should have, right? And I don't know, maybe it solves all the issues dropping. When you steal money, you don't care about the price you sell it at, do you? Actually, you probably do, even when you steal it.
It took care of fear and greed in both one shot right there. As Ethereum fell so hard for the months and months it's been doing it, it just killed fear, killed greed.
It needs a
birds with one stone, if you know what I mean.
If you want to touch the 200 MA on the daily, on the pair, you need a 40% increase, like 60% even, sorry. Yeah, 60% increase.
Really, is it that much? Yeah, that's like laughable right there.
It's so far overextended below its averages on the daily time frame that, let's not mention the weeklies.
It is. It's only laughable. All you can do is look at it and laugh.
You need 200% pump to come back to the weekly.
On the weekly, we need a 200 just to retap.
Yeah, because on average it's been 0.06 Bitcoin per ETH in the last 10 years, but we are. I don't know, man. If you hopefully you're right, and BlackRock does some marketing about ETH and brings it forward and makes people buy into this. If that happens, we're not going to see ETH at these levels for maybe another 4 or 5 years again. Yeah. So what happened last time? If you didn't buy in 2019, you had to wait 6 years, 2025, to buy at the same level. Like imagine you missed the 2019 bear market bottom on the ETH pair. And imagine that
I got ETH was at 998. I got it just below $1,000 when we dropped. Two and a half years ago.
Yeah, me too. But we lost so much money buying ETH. That's what we have to realize here. Imagine instead of buying ETH, that you bought Bitcoin.
Put it in Bitcoin.
Was that?
That's what. Like across the board.
Yeah.
I have 90 coins that I should have just poured into one.
Yeah, it's the same problem here. Now, of course, ETH pumped to 4,000, so we made some money. You could have. I mean, in my case, I could have made some money because I didn't sell up there. But like we had the opportunity to make some money, but it was much less than on Bitcoin because it's just 4x up, and that's only if you manage to catch the bottom below 1,000 and sell the top around 4,000. Like that's not a very likely scenario. More likely, your average is around 1,500 on ETH, and if you exited, your exit average it would end up around 3,400, something like that. So it just gave you a 2x maybe, upward, 2.5x maybe. That's all on average. Right? If you DCA it down, then you DCA it out.
4,000, and I was happy to buy back in at 32. And then it just kept diving, just like everything else across the board. Come on, Doge was up at almost 50 cents. I think fell back down to 13.
Yeah, Doge at least gave you a 5x if you managed to catch the bottom and sell the top, which is very hard to do, and most likely you didn't do that. But still, it gave you a 10x, right? So it's as good as Bitcoin. It's even better than Bitcoin a little bit. But
no, I bought all the bottoms. I just only happened to sell halfway up the top, then got stuck in the top once I had to reaccumulate. It was terrible.
Now imagine you didn't buy ETH, like I didn't buy ETH at 1,000 2 years ago. I was only Bitcoin. Right now, I can sell my Bitcoin, get so much more ETH. Oh, boy. And now if ETH actually spends the summer going upward on the pair. By the way, on the weekly on ETH BTC, I mean this is just your initial bounce up. Like you might get a double bottom down there, or there's no on the weekly. There's no reversal structure here. We can start talking about that if we get above the low point of December 2017, and I'm not joking. 2017. If it gets back above 0.02 Bitcoin per ETH, then maybe I can assume there's a reversal structure going on. But for now, there's really nothing. It's still going down. It's doing a green candle this week, but you'll get your potential double bottom down there or some sort of ABC or something to go long from. If you zoom in, you're gonna find stuff. But yeah, I would bet it's just a B up for now. Yeah, actually it might not even be a B up.
I think you got the right mindset.
I don't know, but I'm all in ETH already. Like no plans on. Actually, wait, that's not true. What did I do? Oh yeah, I bought some more yesterday. I bought the top. No, actually, I sold 1850 and then I bought back in 1790. On a leverage trade, yeah. I reduced size and then doubled back in. So I bought the top, Anif, but the top is not the top anymore. Let's go.
1790, let's go.
Yeah, that brings my average up now. My long on ETH is at 1650 average.
Well, good luck today. I'm about to bounce out of here. I gotta go. I'm in Denver. I'm about to go to the airport and fly down to Mexico. Going down to Cancun for a week.
That's cool. Have fun, man.
Good luck, everybody. See you guys later.
Buenos dias, familia.
See.
Hey,
Good
don't
morning,
go
beautiful people.
bungee jumping in Mexico.
No,
Buenos
no,
dias,
we'll
buenos
jump on the
dias.
beach.
Well, you have fun in Mexico, my man. Enjoy that vacay.
Ooh, big
Well,
buy
it's
right there. 221. Big buys. Okay, bye.
what a good morning to wake up to. Bitcoin almost touching 100K and Ethereum at breaking 2,000. Interesting. Very nice.
Well, we gotta replenish our dollar reserves a bit,
Yo, ETH above 2.
It's just a round psychological number. It's really not important. Like, what was, in my opinion, it's really not important. But I'm probably wrong because a lot of people consider 100K and 2,000 on ETH important.
Well, I think it's important because it's literally just breaking out of its bear flag.
Well, that happened yesterday, right? When we broke out 1850.
My bear flag is right here at 1990 is the top of my bear flag where we at right now.
Oh, okay, I see. Well,
Or sorry, 1990. I don't know if I said 1890, but I got it at 1990. And as well, I've got a big daily trend line that we're literally trying to break through right now. Coming from the all-time highs.
I mean, I'm not even considering selling any ETH before 2800 personally. It's probably a mistake because yeah, we could top around here, come back down, put a lower low, give me that bigger ABC. You know, if Bitcoin goes back down to 74, yeah, ETH will probably put even a new bear market bottom. So
That would be some crazy black swan, I would imagine, if we go double bottom again or it would be a triple bottom at 74 now.
well, it would just be an ABC, yeah, a bigger ABC than the current one. It really doesn't seem the most likely scenario here, because we're running out of time for the bull run. Like there's a bit of a hurry to pump now. We've got like 6 months, a year left, and that scenario where you do just a bigger corrective down up down move, it's probably gonna take a lot of time. Like yeah, it would be your June dip or your May dip or stuff like that. And with price going up like this, just we'll see. We're the 8th of May, right?
You also got to
Monday.
think about M2 money supply is also just up into the right now, so it's gonna be a bit harder for these assets to drop down that low again.
But it depends if people are using that money for crypto or not, yeah. But yeah, on
It'll
average they
cycle
are. Yeah.
through though. I mean, it is in the market, so it's just gonna be the cycles through what assets are gonna be picked first or not.
Yeah, I agree with that. But
Yeah.
the one thing with what you said earlier with the black swan, like, I mean, a black swan would take you down to like $7,000 Bitcoin, $10,000 Bitcoin, 20 maybe, but 47 even I wouldn't consider a black swan. 74 definitely wouldn't be a black swan. Like Zushi said, it would be ABC. You know, technically, yeah, there's a lot of good stuff going on fundamentally in the world that should be able to push us above 100K right now. But if we don't, pop it soon, this momentum could die and we reject and go towards 77, 74. That is a possibility without a black swan.
Well, yeah.
I think
Yeah, exactly.
83, 85 would be the lowest we go just on a normal correction. But
Yeah. So if it's a normal correction,
I don't really think that we see anything lower than 81. That's like a big
that's
bottom
fair.
for me.
That's fair, but think about this: if 81 or 83 is a normal correction, 77, 74 is very close to that. So it wouldn't take something that major to stretch it out and get a nice scam wick or a stop volume candle on like the 6-hour chart to wick down there. It's very,
Yeah,
very.
no, you're right. You're right. That's true. That's very true.
I don't see a huge
ETH
amount
just
of.
licked 2K, guys. ETH just licked 2K and just reversed right away.
Yeah, it looks like a nice stop volume. Well, not the best
Yeah.
stop volume pattern, but
I think people expected a better news because like Bitcoin is now responding. They didn't like
News?
the UK announcement. Yeah.
Oh, what's up out there?
oh, wait, guys, 1 sec. President Trump officially announces new trade deal with the United Kingdom.
Yeah. We were watching it on Fox, me in the chat. That's why I just came on the voice chat just now. But when I heard it and I was looking at the stocks, I'm like, okay, everybody's ho hum about it.
Nobody likes the UK. Dump it. It's like, no, just kidding.
Drew.
No
Just kidding,
position,
just
Drew.
kidding. No, I got a big position.
Oh,
and
he
very, very
positioned
big.
big time early.
Well, no, I take profit, but now I have a very big position in USDC.
Nice.
Yeah, you gotta have that dry powder.
All dry powder, 100%. I'm in nothing but USDC right now. I have a Doge that I haven't touched for a long time, and I'm not going to touch it for a long time, but that's it.
Drew doesn't want to expose himself till Bitcoin's at like 125,000. That's
Nah, I like a breakout right now. If we pop 100, I like to pop champagne trades too, real quick.
no, I know.
Right
I'm just
now, we're in
saying,
this
man.
level. Yeah.
I think the right thing to do if we ever pass 100K is 100K, but we need a retest. A retest is proof that this is the new level. But if we just go past 100K and come right back, it's a waste of time, man. Waste of
Drew,
emotion.
are you upset at all
No.
though that a month ago
It's
you
not-
could have just bought all Bitcoin at like 75,000 and rolled, or no?
Well, no, I bought
That's
some
what I
Bitcoin.
bought.
I had some ETH. I was messing with RSR and Doge. I had 4 positions open yesterday, so I took those. But now I've just been swinging, man, these last weeks and stuff. And now just yesterday, I kind of went in really heavy, real quick for this little move, but just in and out because I was like, no, that's a little bit too much money on the dance floor.
No, yeah, I've caught myself like that too, man.
Yo, Ghost, but I don't know why you would say it's a waste of time, man. Because you first need to break the highs to be able to put in your higher
No,
lows.
I'm
So
sorry.
it's
What I
part
mean
of
by a waste
part
time,
of it.
Yeah. So the retest makes it worth it. It would
Yeah,
be
no, I
nice.
There is
definitely agree on that.
there exists a low likelihood scenario where we just go up. It exists.
Well, that's
In
what we've
pre-
been doing on Bitcoin, man. We just been going up and to the right.
Yeah.
Especially the 100K to 102 shouldn't be hard. Like if you start.
Oh no. That's perfect. If we hit
Yeah.
102 and come back to 100, maybe lick 99.5. Just lick it. Just lick and then stay in the 100. That's perfect. That means
Yeah, you know what's gonna happen at 100. People are gonna go ham on longs, so you might have to wreck them. So you may like.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised if we do a 10% dip after trapping a lot of longs. It's not the case for now. That's why the short trade is a bit not that interesting on order flow wise, in my opinion. Although it can still play out, but this 99.5 level, like where's the FOMO? Where's the huge big buys?
I think the spot market right now is going to tell us a lot. The perpetual definitely has weight, but now it's going to be if the spot whales, if they see right now that they can't break 100 and the bulls are really trying to break this 100, they're going to take profit here while they still have a little bit of extra buying pressure, because if they don't catch the momentum, they're going to have a lot of slippage pretty soon. So I think it's make it or break it time within this next hour right now.
We've got a good big buy wall at 98,900 and at 99, and then we've got a small sell wall at 99,900 and at 100. And the sell walls aren't that big, man. To be honest, compared to what we've been seeing lately, these are pretty small.
Yeah.
Or,
Definitely. What you say is true since we tapped 74K. There's just nothing to the upside. So it's easy to pump. That's why we are managing a pump on very low volume. I mean, if you look at volume this last week, since 22nd of April, it's just going down and it's low because there's not a lot of people showing off sells. And that's why also, even if we get rejected here, I think it'll just come back up here just because it's the only area where there's some Bitcoin available.
Oh my God, Zuzi, I haven't heard your voice in like, I don't know, 6-8 months.
Really? No, I came up I try to come once a week or once every 2 weeks, so something like that.
Yeah, I'm rarely here. Good hearing you.
Me too. How are you?
I'm
Navigating
fantastic.
the markets?
I'm not really playing anymore. In and out, in and out.
Okay. Well, me, not much has changed. Ignoring the bearish setups. Still, I think I'm still gonna ignore 99.5 and go out, enjoy the half sunny weather we have in Paris. I'll be back later. See you, everybody.
Jesus.
Trade safe.
Duty, man. Enjoy the day.
Yeah, actually, I might step out for a sec too. So I'll catch you guys at 77K. Be right back.
Let's get it, boss. Let's get it. Have a good one, man.
Later on.
Don't forget to take profits, everybody. Profits, profits, profits.
Yeah, and if we do pop 100, though, I'm probably gonna do a little breakout trade just to try and see if it holds a confirmation bounce. If we don't hold the confirmation bounce on the breakout at 100K, I'd take profit, even probably with like a 2% loss or something like that. But yeah, that's how I'm gonna play it. Either breakout above 99,800 ish, 99,900 ish, or if we don't pick up momentum soon, we get slapped down, rejected right here, basically, and start testing that 94, 95 area, in my opinion. Can it do it? It popped it on Coinbase. I'm not watching Binance.
It popped it on Bybit too.
Popped it on Maxi.
Now the question is, are the big boys going to use this opportunity to unload, or are they going to try to push it?
Yo, the question is, why would you unload before a China deal confirmation? There's just too much bullish news.
Yeah, but if you have a lot and you know, like these moments, you can unload and get more bang for your buck when there's more action and you have more buy pressure. It's easier, less slippage. Imagine if you're trying to offload like $500 million worth of crypto. You need to use these opportunities.
You take a little profit. You take a little profit. What you're seeing right now is a little profit taking, just a little bite. I TP'd a little bit from my BTC position. Because this is nice. Even if we push up, there has to be a retest of 100. Retest, and if we win it, then we start going up. I was saying the other day that Popcat's gonna hit a $500 million today. I think it just might hit it. Ooh, wild candles. There we go, boys.
I need to hear the rockets. Because if it was dumping, I would have heard drop it already.
I'm out in the park and everyone's very quiet here. If I was inside the lab, I'd give you guys some rockets. And I'm not in position, but just for whoever is rockets.
There you go. You need to boost my confidence, man. Once I hear that, I know we're good. I'm at work, by the way, so can't really stare at the charts. I'm just trying to hear what everybody's saying. Doge is at 19. Come on.
Big green candles.
BTC dominance is actually not bad. Like it's not moving up like crazy.
Yeah, this bump is just because Trump just said that tariffs on China might be going down. We all know that it's going down. So that's what caused the bump.
Rockets, rocket.
Ethereum back to $2,000.
Doge back to 19 cents.
Me turn on TV and thingy. I'm so quiet.
Trump is ashamed from Paul.
The moon, baby. Let's go.
Are we back? Is this one of those times that we like can't keep going up? It's just gonna do it.
How high do you think we can go, guys? Anybody have some magic Fibonacci or something?
Be patient on this one.
108 million liquidations in past hour. Magic number.
It might be trapping long for the weekend trap.
Hello? Is anyone there?
Are you okay?
What's up with this monopoly money?
Come on, baby.
Hey, anyone there? What's going on, beautiful people? Anyone on?
I guess I should get up earlier today. What the hell?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, team. 100K, baby. 100K.
Good afternoon, D.
Damn, that's a beautiful thing.
Hey, Dbloc, how you like today? Beautiful, huh?
Absolutely beautiful.
Pepe doing crazy too.
Everybody want to talk about me getting up late, but you guys had your heads on your pillows, sleeping like some babies at 7 o'clock in the morning when I hit target 5. I don't want to hear it.
Hey, Dbloc, are you like out of your position already?
Yeah. Last night I took out of my short term swing. Target 5 was my final, and now I just got my long term Bitcoin and my intraday Bitcoin. But that
Any
swing
alts you're
trade is
looking at?
gone.
Any alts you're looking at to get in? Because I know you were saying you're gonna go back into alts now.
Yeah, I pulled a couple triggers. Hold on, though. Let me get some coffee before I start, because I'm going to be useless until then. I'll be back.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Morning, good afternoon, good evening. Happy 100K day. How are we feeling, team? I like that, Brandon. We're about to hit our measured move from this bull flag here.
Hey, D-Block, are you looking into getting in Doge or anything? Or see any real pump coming for it?
I'm not really looking to Doge right now, personally, brother, to be real with you.
I'm in, but my average is around 22 cents. But I don't know if to get out when it gets to 22 or just try to see if it keeps going.
I mean, it depends. You have conviction in it. Is this something you're trying to hold to the end of the market, or
Yeah.
then you got to try to get that average down, you know?
Yeah, I've been DCAing. My average was like at 27.
Oh,
So I'm
okay. All right,
down to
you've been
22.
dragging it down then.
Yeah, little by little. I, and I bought every dip. Oh, man.
Almost there. Let's take a little look at our who's got an open mic.
Heard Dbloc get on. He doesn't like to live broadcast these pumps, huh? It's like probably just too much going on.
The coach is on. Coach is on.
We've been live, bro.
Am I in the? See, I'm in the basement. I don't know if I'm in the right chat room.
Yeah, we've been live all morning. I mean, I've been asleep, but the chart's been up.
Yep, that's what I meant.
Yeah, I mean, I slept like 6 hours, bro. I went to sleep at 6:30 in the morning last night, 7 when we hit target 5. You guys were all cuddled up in your beds and your comforters, snoring into your
Oh
pillows.
no, no, I was with the European guys. They were talking trash.
Yeah. Now, I wasn't going to go to sleep without taking my profits from that Bitcoin swing. And it's a good thing too, because most of what I rolled it into has gone absolutely crazy. I mean, look at our alt list here. It's just nuts, bro. 60% for Mudang, 34% for Brett, 27% for Virtuals, 25% for Pengu, VRA, Pepe, Zero Bro, 20% for AIOZ. Double digits basically all the way down except for our lowers.
Were the ones that ran last week, like XRP, Solana, but everything else.
So dope.
What is that percent change over last 24 hours?
Yep. That's the last daily candle. Not all of it, Tana. Just the BTC that was bubbling up for alt money. I still got my long-term BTC.
Hey, Dbloc, how are you?
Good, good.
Dbloc, is that considered to be like a trap long? Might be.
If it gives it back, yeah.
Okay.
A little early because it's Thursday, but that's what you would expect to see. Yeah.
Yeah. Appreciate it, brother.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, D-Block?
Not a whole hell of a lot. Portfolio go up.
Oh yeah, baby. Man, sometimes I wish I pick up more on the dips.
Lunchtime, kind of slowing down. I think before end of the day. Where do we close at today?
Hey, D-Block.
Yeah.
So I know now that you've got that the Satoshis to start making the moves into the
Mm-hmm.
altcoins. Are you gonna kind of be like as dominance? Are you gonna be basing it more on dominance, or are you gonna just kind of start DCAing into everything?
I'm basing it more on their BTC pairs. I'm still not going into anything that's not strong against BTC until dominance is down at, like I said, 59. If we don't get there, then I just don't take anything risky with me. That's just how I'm gonna play it.
Gotcha. Gotcha. And what was I don't know how to word this. Give me one sec.
You good.
Give me one sec.
Take your time. What do you think about pushing higher, like a good $10,000 daily candle, 105?
You can't quantify this FOMO yet. It's too early.
Okay, so do you think that these are the first steps on market makers losing control? And well, we kind of already have seen that, but
We've already seen
more in the
that.
sense,
We've slowly
yeah,
seen those weekend traps go breaking down, getting less and less
right,
traditional. Yeah.
yeah, we've been noticing that pattern. So
Mm-hmm.
we are in that kind of first stage of
Yep.
starting to go parabolic, right?
It's definitely a different environment than we were in 3 months ago for sure.
Not even less
2 months
than,
ago.
I would even say a month ago, right?
Who knows,
When
bro?
we
It's
were still
crypto
on
time. This
the
shit feels like
84.
years, bro.
Yeah, it's
Let's
so
see, how
funny
long
how that
ago were
is.
we down at 79 or 74, this double bottom?
You know how we had those weekend traps all in that same range? I think as soon as we broke that range of
Yep.
weekend traps, that's kind of where I'm feeling is where things got spicy.
I agree. April 8th. April 7th and April 8th is when we double bottomed off 74.
Holy crap. That feels like ages ago in a way,
Yeah.
but also it feels like yesterday. So you think that we're gonna start feeling the FOMO coming more into this weekend for this last push that we just had?
We're at 100K. You know the amount of people that just decided they should buy some Bitcoin because I guess it's not going to zero. just have to be careful. My plan was always to take profits around these ranges, but that doesn't mean that, yeah. The big difference between taking profits and opening a short, right?
That is true.
If I take profits and price keeps going, cool, I missed out on some percentage. You open a short and price keeps going, a whole different thing.
Yeah, I took some profits this morning when I woke up. Woke up and I was like, oh yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Went to go get a haircut, feel nice and fresh now. Let's get it. What are your thoughts on that deal that the trade deal that they made with the UK?
Interesting. I think they hyped up that news a little too much, though, don't you?
I mean, I was thinking that,
No,
but
you talking
especially
earth
last night.
shattering, you know, I don't know. They sold that shit hard. It's cool though. I
Yeah,
mean, we need as many deals as we can get right now, but
Did Trump actually say it's a good time to buy stocks again? Or is that just
I didn't hear. The last thing I heard that seemed like a go signal from him was when he said, um, the operation is over, the patient survived. Remember? You remember that tweet?
Yeah.
I'm trying to pull it up. No,
I'll
I
pull it
don't
up
think
for
I
you. Hold
saw it.
on.
From the Truth Social page?
Where is it?
What I'm seeing right now is a lot of people that I know who've been in altcoins for a long time, like people who were ETH stackers and stuff and have quite a bit of giant bags. They're now talking about buying, and now it's time to buy, which is weird.
It always happens, bro. Never fails.
Yeah.
Everybody waits until it's comfortable to buy. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay. Is this one right here? Remember, first he said there's gonna be some short-term pain, da da da, and then April 4th he tweeted, "The operation is over. The patient has lived and healing. The prognosis is that the patient will be far stronger, bigger, better, and more resilient than ever." That was the go signal to start getting back into the market, or at least that was
Performance
the attempt.
surgery.
That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, no, I missed that one actually. Is anyone trying to snipe the tops for shorts?
1000%.
Yeah, but I'm waiting for it. I mean, I'm looking for
Man,
it, obviously.
I don't know.
But it
I
will
want
still be
to,
a
but
hedge
I don't
because
know if I should.
I'm
I don't want to give back all the profits I just took.
My longs are still open, and I'm not planning on closing them for now, at least.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
just
no,
gonna hit trade.
I just took 10% from my big bags.
But like short like that dead cat bounce. I think you have time. You don't have to get it the first time. Let them find the top and then get like 20 like a 20% underneath the top.
All right, we got a
I'd like to see a
pretty important
few
message here in YouTube. Give me a second. It says, I'm still in some 3x altcoin positions, down over 50% from a drop earlier this year. Would you just let it ride for another month or two, or get some more percentage back before closing? Tempted to close everything out and take my money and run. Hey guys, this is a very, very common feeling. Right? You just rode the hardest part of that trade for the last 3 months, bro. Or however long it's been since the beginning of the year. You've been through the biggest amount of pain. I can't tell you what to do. What I don't want to see is you take your money and run and then have the thing happen that you waited so patiently for the whole time.
I kind of know how that person feels
So,
because last time I talked about this before too, that I closed my trades at 88 thinking we'd probably just get another retrace and more chop. And then I ended up regretting it. So not financial advice, but you want to see a clear invalidation of the uptrend before you decide to take all your profit. I know it's kind of traumatic and it's hard, but I mean, compared to what you've been through, the coming pain, even if there is pain, it's gonna be like nothing. So
If I could give my opinion on financial advice, I would get off the 3Xs no matter what and just take it on and start focusing on spot trading. And I recommend that for everyone in this world.
that's not going to help in his position. He's
very
already open. The positions are already open.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he wants to step out right now, he said if he just wants to
And
step
take a
out, he doesn't
loss
have to
right
let.
as everything's starting to go up after waiting for almost a year underwater.
Well, it depends because if these alts don't continue momentum right here, they might get shut down if Bitcoin doesn't hold this 100.
I don't know. My non-financial financial advice is just bring your stops up underneath. Bring your stops up underneath and ride it. If they get clipped, they get clipped.
that's what I would do.
Yeah, it is, Matt. Of course, but you've got to protect yourself as well, right? But there is another option besides closing the positions. You can just bring your stops up very close underneath price. You know, to the point where you would not want to be in the trade anymore. And if it clips, it clips. If it keeps going, it keeps going. But you've been through the hardest part of that trade already, bro.
Yeah, I think if these alts really run, they're gonna have short, really small pullbacks. Not the 0.7% we've been seeing, the 0.8. It won't get down that far because people are buying it so fast, like 0.5 max.
You got a lot of static on your mic.
I mean, it's hard to say what the market's gonna do. Like, it could do anything, right? Anything could happen at any point. You just have to. I mean, I totally get what Dbloc is saying, and I've been through that so many times where I get through the difficult part, and because there's like that little bit of relief, I end up taking like that relief, and then some bad, like, I just regret because I missed the good side. I suffered all of the bad side, but then I missed all of the good side.
The problem with trading old cycle coins is that there's always somebody waiting above you to get back to their entry that's underwater. So all of those support and resistances that we made above that have all those trap traders sitting there, same thing usually happens. By the time they get to break even, they've waited so long that they're just so happy to get their money back that they sell. And then that sell pressure
What
going through those ranges is what makes old cycle coins underperform new cycle coins.
I'd recommend learning some Wyckoff and bottoming structures because it does look like the bottom might be in.
I was saying that 2 months ago or a month ago when we hit 74. It just doesn't make sense, man. It just doesn't make sense for us to go If there's nobody to sell, if the long-term holders are buying, they're not selling, all of the big bags are buying, then who's supplying the coins? There are no coins to be supplied.
The last
And the
thing
big
I'll
bags. Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
I was just
I
gonna say
was just
big
gonna
bags.
say I was gonna say
Yeah,
the
you go
last
ahead.
thing I would say is just make sure that those positions you're holding are high conviction plays. You know, we don't even know what positions those are. In your heart, you should know which one of them are sketchy and which ones aren't. You know, the ones that you worry about the most every time you come on and open the portfolio. That coin that you check first. You know, the one you're most worried about.
Back your trades with conviction, not hope. Very big difference.
I'll be right back.
Conviction could be dangerous too, though. Just like hope.
That's true. It's a thin line, right? It's very hard to toe it properly.
Yeah.
That's where everybody gets wrecked.
It just seems that mostly, I mean, this market's made to shift against the grain, you know, and of course it rises up as a whole in, I call them psychological moments, where there's like a hive mind kind of atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
But besides that, everything, you know, is meant to go against the grain. So from my experience is when you see the crowd and the herd screaming up, it's a good time to get
Yeah.
prepared to go down. You know, I'm not saying it's going to dump, but it, you know, that's usually a time to start thinking of the other way. It's like when you're thinking of positions and making money, you got to be thinking when things are ugly and dirty. If that's as a spot trader, leverage trader, I don't know. I've never done leverage trading, but as a spot trader, it seems like, you know, that's kind of the way you got to go against the grain.
From a leverage perspective, I'd say it's the same. It's just that you have to be even more extreme on leverage. You have to be absolutely sure that it's like the edge of one spectrum or the other, right? And then start basically trying to catch the knife. On spot, it's much more forgiving. Like you can layer that in on
Yeah, I
longer like
wouldn't.
risk basis.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to handle leverage trading. I can tell by the type of person I am. Like, that would drive me crazy.
It did for me too in the beginning, but eventually you get numb to it. Like I guess the emotional like response kind of numbs over time with experience. Is what I can say. Like there was
Yeah,
a
this
point
way.
where if I like sorry, there was a point where if I got a 200% profit, I would take it and run, and I'd have no discipline on anything, whether it was like losses or gains, and I would hold my losses to like 2000%, but then eventually it became the opposite where I'm closing my losses in 200% and holding the 2000% gains.
I think it's easier to have that discipline when you know it's took, you know, a long time to get that buying power. You know, when sometimes you're in a position you just go a lot of leverage with not too much capital in it. You know, I don't think you have the same kind of outlook on the risk management. You know.
Yeah. I 100% agree. It's very dangerous. If like I think people should spend years and like just learning risk management and understanding what it means in mathematical terms for them, for their like positions, their place, their financials, and then get into trading.
But history is telling us, you know, there's people that just held, you know, so investing, long term investing, you know, maybe some of them like Ethereum, depends when you were, maybe you had a chance to get out, maybe you didn't. But something like Bitcoin, you just look back 10 years ago and where it's at right now, you know, it's insane. So anybody that invested even 5 years ago, they're good, you know. They're looking back like, oh, that was a smart move. A lot of these alts, you know, they had their opportunities to get out, but I'd say majority of traders round tripped a lot of their alts.
So many, man.
I was one of
I think
them.
most like, I mean, I round trip. I think 8 out of my 10 altcoin bags. Last cycle.
Yeah, I rode Doge up all the way to the top and back down to like 20 cents, 14 cents.
Oof.
But I was good
I
because
mean,
I
a
bought
very
it at
decent
0.0. I bought it at 0.007, so I was still able to get
Yeah,
out
that's good.
nice at 14 cents. But still, I was buying all the way up and all the way down.
Sorry, man. We'll get that $1.42 Doge.
Yeah, it's got to come one day, right? I got this wallet that I don't touch, and I got 2 nodes that I'm running. One node that always runs, but sometimes I pop up the second
I
node
believe
too.
in Doge. I think Doge is a cultural thing now. At this
You
point, it's like a
seen
global
that
culture.
movie, the Dogecoin Millionaire?
Yeah, I've talked to him too.
He's
That's
like the
funny.
Dogecoin thousandaire right now, right?
I mean,
He
he's back to a
round
million.
tripped it,
He hit a million.
and now he's back
Yeah, he's been back. When Doge hit, basically when Doge hit 16 cents, he was a millionaire again.
again. It still didn't sell the second time.
Yeah, I know he's still holding.
That's just his claim to fame. Like,
I mean, at this point, he's right. So
Hey
you think
guys,
he's gonna round trip
breaking
it
news.
again?
Breaking news. They just passed a bill. They're gonna rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
That's old news.
Oh, it's old news. I just saw it
Yeah.
flash on the screen.
Where
Oh,
have
I
you
didn't
been,
know.
man?
Sorry, dude. Yeah, it just
Like
flashed on the screen.
last year.
the latest news
They already-
from earlier is that Arizona passed the Bitcoin reserve bill. So now you have 3 states: Oregon, Arizona, and New Hampshire.
They already changed it on Google a while ago. If you look at Google Maps.
Oh wow, because I was watching the Pope stuff. Hey yo, Dbloc. Yeah, the new Pope's Peruvian, man. From Chicago.
Yeah, just open up Google Maps and look at Gulf of America. Bang, bang, boogie, woogie. That's been out since like February.
SEC is also considering exemption for crypto securities, tokenized securities. That's fresh news.
I got some fun for you guys. I heard that there's this wallet, Chinese wallet, holds 194,000 Bitcoin from the CCP.
Wait, you found the wallet?
I didn't find one. Everyone knows about it. It's just
No,
look up
no,
the.
we don't know the wallet. We just know that they hold it, and there's a lot of speculation around it that they might have sold already.
Well, that's
But
what I
I
was
don't know
gonna.
if there's a
No, I was
address.
gonna start. Well, I was gonna start giving some FUD. They did start selling. From my
Well,
research, of course, nothing's a fact with the CCP, but from what I see here, data suggests that they did start selling.
I would like to see on-chain addresses pointing to the Chinese Bitcoin.
So
Because
look at the
we've been
crypto
trying
quant
to
guy,
track it for.
Ki Young Ju. He did some research on it from Crypto Quant,
Oh,
Ki
yeah.
Young Ju, and he has some
I know him. I know
very
him.
good interesting research on it.
He's also, well, I mean, I've been talking to him. We're partnered with him. My company is partnered with CryptoQuant. So we do a lot of
Oh, nice.
research together. And he is the person that me and, well, him and some of the analysts have been trying to kind of track the Chinese Bitcoin. And
Yeah.
last time we talked about it, they were under the impression that the Chinese government may have already like divested most of it. I will reach out to him. I'll let you guys know.
See, I don't think they did. I think they did a little bit of movement, and there was that
Yeah,
that
very
wallet was from 2019 when they seized it from the Plus Token network. So if you look
Yeah.
and follow everything from Plus Token, you kind of see what the wallet is, but you got to follow from there. But I don't know, man. I don't think they dumped it all. People said what, $19 billion?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't think so either. Like, why would they?
Yeah, they want to. I think you got to have that leverage and hold. If you see everyone going gung ho with
But,
Bitcoin,
like,
especially the United States are doing crypto reserves with Bitcoin. Of course, you got to have some Bitcoin too.
yeah, regardless, I think if you're a smart nation, right? And I think this is apparent with the way a lot of nations like seized crypto and held it, right? Some obviously dumped it like idiots, but most large countries have seized and held Bitcoin in some form. And I'm pretty sure that's like a strategic play. And the
Well, yeah,
reason
think
they
about it.
haven't just dumped it on the market is like, okay, if they're holding, we'll hold. Why not hold? It didn't cost us anything. We might as well hold just in case something happens.
Well, yeah, think about it. It's like an insurance policy. So, like even North Korea, all the Bitcoin they've been hacking, they've been holding. But if let's say Bitcoin does, and it already is that big thing people are talking about, if it does become, legal tender in a lot of countries, and let's say we get, Bitcoin $2 million, by them being exposed right now with that amount, in the future, let's say, there's always economical currency wars. They need to have that buying power to be able to, shift their weight around too. And if they want at the right time, strategical times to do some catalyst, when they're maybe launching one of their coins, they dump Bitcoin or who knows what, but just to have that leverage to know it's like if you have enough that you're going to be able to have a little bit of pull, and a little bit of influence. Because if you're not in position now and you don't have a big bag already, by the time Bitcoin's at $1 million or $2 million, it's like you're not going to be able to really have any kind of effect, and people are just going to laugh at you when you come to the table saying, "Hey, if you guys don't, we're going to do this." So they want that leverage, I think, especially China. China, they play like that. They need that leverage, and I think that's why they were so gung ho about getting so much Bitcoin through mining and through everything. It's like you can tell it's not just a Chinese civilian thing; it's a CCP thing that was initiated and I think directed by them
It
to
felt very
show.
much, yeah, it felt very much like, remember how when a lot of the government seized gold, including the US, back in the day?
Yeah.
It gave me very similar vibes from the CCP where they were like, all right, time to seize all the Bitcoin in the country. I'm with you on that theory, bro. I also think they're probably involved in some capacity with the Lazarus. It's Lazarus is state backed.
There's some interesting wallets that connect to Ant Pool, that mining pool.
Mm-hmm.
And you could see that the CCP is kind of involved even in Ant Pool. Like they have leverage there.
They must be, right? They have cells in every company. Antpool is technically a company. Facts on speedrunning crypto regulation is like really interesting to see.
China has the CCP wallet has 7 billion Doge too.
That's crazy. Holding Doge.
487 million XRP. 833,000 Ethereum.
That's a hefty wallet, bro.
See, I think what China did, they just put them on exchanges and then took them right back off so they can shift around and made fresh wallets.
Yeah, very possible. Like that's the thing, right? There's no way to confirm whether they consolidated it and like it was a UTXO rebalance or whether they dumped it on the exchanges.
Well, I mean, there is a way if the exchanges share that information with someone, because the exchanges do have that information.
They do, yeah.
But most of them don't, and they have that client privilege. But I think, what would you do? If I was in a position like that, I would definitely try to hide the activity and what's going on and be more strategic with my reserves and not have them out in the open like that. I think that's more strategic.
Yeah, I mean it's better for people to not know what you have, right? Like,
Exactly.
I would not disclose what I own.
Yep, exactly. So I think that's smart of them to do that. If they did just reshuffle, they put them in and out of exchanges just to create new wallets that are hard to track.
Yeah. Occam's razor would say that's the most likely thing, right? You would assume they're very smart and doing everything strategically.
Like I've been saying, I think the migrating miners from China that happened 3 or 4 years ago. Remember there was like the big Bitcoin mining migration, and all the miners supposedly were banned from China. That was all propaganda to have a reason for them to be able to hide what power they have with Bitcoin and their hash power, because by them spreading off across the map and not being focalized in China, anybody that looks at statistics right now to see is like, hey, let's see where are the nodes right now, who's mining, where's most of the miners in the world. You'll see miners pop up everywhere. You'll see in Africa, you'll see in Kazakhstan, you'll see in America, you'll see in Canada, everywhere. But the thing is, when you're like, okay, let me see how many Chinese miners there are. Okay, you can see how many miners there are in China, but you can't see how many Chinese miners there are because there's so many that went to Africa, so many that went
like
to Kazakhstan.
if you want, I think 70% of miners in Africa are Chinese.
Exactly. That's my point. So they were able to spread out, and they fall blurred in those statistics. So people forget a lot of the hash rate power in all these articles that say the U.S. has this much and China has that much. They can't really tell because even the ones that they're rating in the United States, there's a lot of Chinese miners here in the U.S. So until they're able to figure that out and see who owns those mining rigs, then they can't tell. So it's the stats aren't right, and that's why I think the stats are heavier on the real world for China. So I think they still have control of Bitcoin, more control of Bitcoin than the U.S.
100% right about that. I think there's definitely if I was China, I would do that, right? I would actually effectively like send out or basically use other people's resources to create more economic power for myself, right? That's what I'm doing essentially. And why not, right? Why
Why
not? It
not? Yeah.
obfuscates the trail. It makes it so that I don't have to spend my own resources. I mean, I'm still spending resources in the way of money, but it's not obvious right now. There's no trail of it connecting to me directly. But I also think there are other aspects to it. I think it's a melting soup or melting pot of multiple things where they were like, all right, if we can't stop this, then we might as well do all this. I think every major government came to the same conclusion.
Yeah, but I still think it was just a media ploy and them trying to act like they were stopping it, because you could see even of when they were banning crypto, if you looked at Binance and what they were doing during that time while they were like, China was supposedly banning crypto, they had the Binance Academy launch during, the banning of crypto. Did that make sense? No, that doesn't make sense, because the banning was just fake. We had people that were on here, that were talking to us from China, like, yeah, I'm trading right now. It's like I'm on Ubi platform. I'm on this
Yeah,
platform.
the underground market never died. It's still like
Yeah.
hundreds of billions of dollars. It still exists.
So, and if China
You
wanted
just
to
can't
ban it,
stop it, man.
they could have banned it. They could ban the underground too, because they have
The government's like letting it happen, right? When the
exactly.
P2P markets pop up and stuff. Like for
Not
example,
only
with Nigeria is a relatively weaker country in terms of like having control of their populace. So their only option was to kidnap the Binance executive and hold him hostage, right? Be like, give us money, because they had no other way to stop the P2P trade. But China is not like that. They could effectively like shut down people's bank accounts with a button.
they'll just grab people out of their house and then do what they want with them. I'll be right back.
Video over 100k, but we can't get over 100 likes. Let's run the likes up, everyone.
All right. Figure out where my lighter is. A little 100K celebration joint got my office looking like the Pope was just elected or something.
Yeah, the first American Pope.
Interesting, huh?
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, I never even
And
considered the
Chicago.
possibility.
I was thinking about that.
Never even considered it was possible, bro.
Also hier, die Zahnpasta.
Was the last one American for Derry? I don't really keep up too close. Yeah, any of my Catholic brothers and sisters, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong about that. That's what I thought too. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah, American as far as continent. High def, you've been bearish since 74K, bro. At some point, you're gonna have to make the flip.
Definitely bearish from last century.
Nah, I'm not even saying it to like troll or nothing, but the ability to pivot is very important. Nice, Brandon. Yeah, that was a good rotation. Nice rejection off of Bitcoin Dom, but have you guys seen ETH BTC today? Well, we were just looking at this yesterday. Look at how nicely we popped out of that accumulation. I mean, when the last time you seen ETH BTC make a move like that? Very interesting.
It looks like it's wrecked the cage and gone wild.
At least attempting to, yeah.
Yeah.
Good portion of that Bitcoin that I sold yesterday went into Ethereum. Yeah, Star Child. I mean, you see the difference, right? You get 10% alt pumps when ETH BTC is bleeding. You get 30% alt pumps when ETH BTC is pumping. We also had a couple of the ones that we were looking at yesterday that looked really sketchy. That were about to break, like ADA. Look, this happened across a bunch of alts last night. Those M patterns that had started to break out, we were looking for those drops. Right, ADA was one, I believe. Doge was another one. Let me flip through some real quick. I'll find them. Yeah, see, Doge was another one. Look at how close it came to breaking that pattern, and then poop. There's another one that did exactly the same thing. Where are you? Ponky. Same deal. M pattern broke down, gone. Ronin, another one that's sort of peeking out of its accumulation finally, but it hasn't completely broken out yet. Here's another one, Soul. M pattern, ripped it. Whiff, same deal. M pattern, ripped it. Yeah, I got some gun too, Ernest. I definitely did pick up some gun as well. Yeah, so it's about 4 of them that we were looking at that saved themselves some of that final dippage.
I know it's early days, but could this be with the M2 and everything and dominance and all start of the all season in some way?
Yeah. I mean, it's the start of our recovery that eventually will lead to alt season, yeah. But there's no denying M2 at this point. Like, you know, if you weren't a believer back here or back here, then by now I think you're pretty much on board. Unless you just don't want to believe. Possible too.
So it could be possibility of going 3 days upward.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing saying that this has to stop now.
Yeah.
It's all going to come down to the FOMO. I mean, we're only like a third of the way through the global uptick, so fasten your seatbelts. Yeah, there'll be a retracement, CZ. We can't just keep pumping, but you also can't keep setting your buy orders low and missing them. You know, we're in the sort of scenario where sideways is down. Sideways is a retracement. What this really did is completely put a nail in the coffin for your bear market, guys. The hope was that we would come up. So there was a couple of hopes for bear market, guys, right? We'd come up to this daily downtrend and put in new lows. And then once that got demolished, the hope was that we'd come up to this support and resistance that we established, reject, and put in a new low. And then that didn't happen. And then it was like, okay, well, we'll break down. When we lose support, we'll break down from there. We'll come back and we'll clear these liquidations. And that didn't happen.
Well, it's got to leave some gaps for the bear market.
Yeah. But there's no other way to look at this chart but strong on the midterm to macro. It's gonna be nice to come back and look at this go zone in 6 months.
That go zone is phenomenal. Could be life changer as well.
It will be for a lot of people. It will be.
In my psychological and trading a rule book, it definitely put some great rules and awesome experience on proper, like an actual how to properly get into a good position. And I
Yeah.
really appreciate you, Dbloc. You're a great teacher, and man,
Nah, I
the things
appreciate
you
that,
do
bro.
here.
That makes me feel good to hear.
Thank you.
Main goal was that nobody got left behind here for me. You know, all you new guys as well, but the family been together for 5 years, 6 years, so it's really, really important to me that nobody I care about fell for the damn bull market is over bullshit.
Yeah, I must say, when I found you and I actually started listening to you and actually learning and asking questions, there, it's obvious. Like it was obvious it wasn't
Yeah.
I mean, since I'm on this channel, I never have to look at my trades. Whenever I woke up, I just look at the Dbloc chart, where the price is, and I'm confident. I don't even have to look at my trades anymore because I'm so confident at Dbloc studies analysis. So I don't have to don't have to worry about my trades anymore because I know where the price is going. Doesn't matter if it's going down a little bit or it's jumping up, but I know finally where it's going. I'm a bit confident after watching the Dbloc chart. So all credit goes to him.
I appreciate you guys, man. But
and not
everybody
only that,
gets the same information, and half of the people don't act, half of the people do. So like that final action was on you guys. You got to give yourself the credit.
yeah, I was gonna say that it's given me so much more confidence in my own TA, like incredibly more confidence. Like I try when you start doing that and you go away, I try and like predict what's gonna happen and like chart it on my chart, and then when you come back and put on the plays, it's like holy crap! It we got the same mentality right there.
Feels good when it starts to click like that. Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's phenomenal once you start really trusting, getting more trust in that in your own TA. It's awesome. Yo, D-Walk, I do have a question for you. By chance, do you have like um a a Word document with like cheat codes for like Chat GBT or like
No.
Copilot prompts
Mm-mm.
to get better prompts?
No. What I've been using, if my prompts are sort of if I find that my prompts are lacking, is I literally use AI to get me better prompts. I'll be like, this is exactly what I want. Write me the perfect prompt. You get what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
So like if
I've
you're
been
doing
slowly
something like
starting to
image
do that.
generation, like you could go on like DeepSeek and ask for a prompt to take over to, whatever you're using.
Do you use Copilot?
I've clicked the button a couple times by mistake, but I've never really like got into it and used it.
Yeah, I started out with Grok, and then I've been using Grok and been recently playing with Copilot. But yeah, it's all new to me.
Chris with the 10 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, brother. W Gifts. Welcome to the new members.
Oh, don't forget, we want to get that all-time high and get those likes to all-time high.
Yeah, definitely hit the like button if you received a free gift. And hit that subscribe button. You're a member now. You might as well subscribe, right? Sama with another 5 gifted memberships. They're going band for band in the chat. Appreciate you, brother.
Hey there, Dbloc. Just got online. Do you think we're gonna keep pushing upward, or we're gonna see a retracement?
I think we've got to wait until the end of the U.S. session, see how much FOMO comes in, and then we've got that gap between U.S. and U.K. I mean, between U.S. and Asia that can be pretty sketchy. If whales want to drop it, that'll be the best sort of opportunity for them to do it. But I think we'll know more once we see the FOMO's sort of slowed down.
Okay.
And we've got tons of like 100x liquidations underneath, so I don't really expect to be above 100k for too long, honestly, but I don't expect to come too far down underneath it either unless something happens. Everything is bullish right now.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if we're gonna go push for a new all-time high or we're gonna see a retrace.
That's basically where we're sitting. So crazy,
Not a
bro,
lot
that
of liquidation.
it's so crazy that we can put all-time high and price action on the same screen. Like that's how close we are. Like,
Yeah.
wow.
So basically we are on uncharted territory. I don't actually know if we're gonna go up or down right now.
Well, we've got motivations to do both, but it's a lot cheaper, in my opinion, to go down. So it's going to take FOMO. I don't think market makers just going to start giving us vectors to the top side for no reason here.
Hello again.
Zeusy.
What's up, people?
Hey, hey.
In the case that there is no liquidity, what's more likely to happen?
More likely is a retrace rate if I had to put money on it, which is why I took my profits at target 5.
Yeah, so it's most likely the market will just grab it from the low and then move upward. If they manage to do so, or if the FOMO did not.
Yeah, yeah. What's going on, Zeusy?
Well, the FOMO is like 1/10 of the downward FOMO we saw. I'd like to see this FOMO like 3 times now.
Yeah, let's get some more. More, please.
Yeah, it went too high, no?
I'm out of my Bitcoin
90...
position. I don't know what to do, man. Not like my whole
me,
Bitcoin position, but I'm out of the, the Bitcoin that was meant to buy alts.
I have no plans on selling BTC before we put a new high. No, you can partially sell a few bits here and there, but Bitcoin is still going down. For all I know, this is a lower high. I cannot sell while price is going down. I sell while price is going up. Currently, we are going up on the small time frames. However, it's still just a lower high. So if we are to go back down to 74, we'll just call it the same downtrend, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'd like some price discovery, please. We might visit 90k, 95k before we price discover, but that's what I want to really TP.
Well, mine was different, right? Because I had alt money in BTC, so I had to free up some satoshis. Now that stuff is kind of going crazy against their BTC pair. Snipe some of these bottoms. You seen ETH BTC today?
Yeah, it's showing a green candle, but it's not even at resistance.
Stop. Just leave it at, look, we need all the good news we can get for ETH BTC, okay? So we'll just leave it at it's showing a green candle. But no, it did break its accumulation though. No, it did break its accumulation range. Look.
Yeah.
Nicely.
Yeah, but the 50, I mean, we're below the 50 MA on the daily.
We're above the 50 EMA on the 12-hour.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
as
on the
well,
small
it's a
time frames,
vector
yeah.
candle going from the bottom all the way breaking through the 50 MA with a following vector green candle.
It's really nice.
It's a strong one right there.
No. People, don't long ETH. Short it, please. We don't want to. We don't want too much
No.
longs.
Everybody long ETH.
No, if you want ETH to go up, you want people to short it, not to long it them. Oh. Well, it depends. A little bit of longs don't do harm, but if there's a Trump event going on and we have green candles, oh boy. You know what would be nice? All these people who just bought while I was gone, if they could now sell while price holds above 100k, we'd be back in balance. without having absorption. Yeah, that's sell absorption. That's what's needed.
Does anyone know what Trump talked about in that speech? I missed it. He said major announcement of tariffs and blah blah blah.
Trade deal with the UK.
Oh, so trade deal with the UK. Okay.
Yeah, he oversold it, bro. They made it sound like it was gonna be some life-shattering shit. Like, duh,
And
you
is
made a
it good,
deal.
the trade deal, or?
Yeah, it seemed decent. It seemed dovish, I guess I could say. Sort of signals to other countries, if you work with us, it won't end up as bad as you think it's gonna.
So there are still tariffs on the UK, but they're
I have
not
to
as
let me
bad,
check what
or?
let me check what the percentage is. Hold on.
10%.
Was it 10? Okay.
Okay, that seems reasonable. So 10% is okay. So it wasn't bullish, but it wasn't like, wow, the major announcement it was supposed to be.
Everything is coming at resistance on legacy. No, look Nasdaq at the 200 on the daily as resistance for the third time.
Dinosaurs.
In the last,
they can't go where we're going.
I don't know. They've outperformed this whole run. They're still up there. But yeah, maybe now Bitcoin is supposed to shine a bit. You know, we've seen Nvidia shine. We've seen Tesla manage new all-time highs. Actually,
Yeah,
Tesla hasn't
Nvidia
shined
did
a lot.
great, but who did better than Nvidia?
MicroStrategy says they did better. I don't know if it's true though.
Interesting. Very interesting.
In the meantime, 102 is now resistance, which was a bit expected. You know, there was 3 levels on the way up: 95, 99.5, and 102. Last time at 102, we sold here. I remembered with Dbloc. Remember that sell at 102? It was a good one. Back on 2nd of February or 3rd, yeah, somewhere there. Now price is at the same point, and this time people are buying and not selling. Interesting. It's how it works, right?
Yeah.
It would make it elegant to get rejected a bit higher than here. Let's take out that 102 level 2. But, you know, give us a right shoulder. Both on Nasdaq and on Bitcoin, that would mean holding support at 90K, basically. Yeah.
Well, I agree with you, but only because I missed my measured move by 0.09. And I'd like to see
It's
that
Thursday
pixel
evening.
touched.
Unless you get a 4% red day tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow's Friday, so tomorrow will be a real test, right? If things are
typically not
truly...
much happens.
No, that's my point, right? If things are truly different and we've turned the corner, then they won't be able to trap for the weekend.
Yeah, it should be able to go sideways at resistance, right? So then the major upcoming resistance is going to be 105 with what happened on 5th of December. You know, the time it's there aren't that many important dates here. You have 5th of December, which is pretty significant, high volume. You know, we defined the top and the bottom there. You have 2nd of February and April 5th, right? April something, I forgot. April 5th, where 7th. But yeah, so that 5th of December high is probably going to act as resistance too on the way up. So that's 105, just a bit less than 105. What else do after that? There's only all-time highs, yeah. Like, if you count the number of supports to go back down to 74 and the number of resistances...
Oh shit, hold on a second. What the hell just happened to Spec?
Rug pool?
Oh shit.
Ouchie. Ouchie, ouch.
Whoa.
What are you guys
That's a 26%. That's a 26% candle right there.
Yeah, low market cap. It's normal, no?
This is on the list of requests. So somebody requested spec. I hope
Oh, he
whoever
needed
that
the exit
was.
liquidity.
Is it?
I
Is
hope
this the
whoever
meme
that
coin?
was didn't get caught here. No, Spectral is the name of the project. I'm not really up on what they do exactly. Oh, that's unfortunate, man. That was such a nice move up and out of there. Just to have them pull that. Where's high def? Say it, high def. Ponzi. It's all a Ponzi.
Well, ETH did the same move, 30% down. So you know, it's just
Ponzi too. There
The
you
thing
go,
is,
brother.
with Bitcoin upward, if your alt is downward, will it go upward while Bitcoin is downward? Is it inversely correlated?
Wait,
Where's that
say it
thing
again?
going down? Is it
Oh,
inversely correlated a
no,
bit?
there's
Because it's
something
going
bad
down while
happened.
Bitcoin is up.
No, something bad happened here. I mean, to be completely fair, something bad and something very good happened here because you've already recovered. You're already at a 2x from the bottom if you manage to catch that, but I don't know who'd be crazy enough to buy that shit after a candle like that.
But there's no longs left, so
Eric said Pokemon. Sold all my
patience for that
Bitcoin
week
last night.
pays out.
Sold all my Bitcoin last night, and I bought a bunch of prismatic Pokemon packs. I'm just gonna be cracking packs for the rest of the. Be cracking Pokemon packs for the rest of the bull market, guys. It's been fun.
Well, you'll just re-enter, no, if we get a few red candles.
Yeah, I watched this streamer the other day spend $30,000 trying to get a card from these Pokemon packs. Finally got it at the end. And the card, he could have bought it outright for like 5,000.
You mean Logan Paul with Aiden? The Charizard they pulled?
I saw that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those dudes are disgusting to watch, bro. The disrespect that they have for money is like is insane. Nah, but I was talking about this dude, one of the phase guys. He had been chasing I can't remember what card it was. But this you could just bro, he was literally like almost crying opening these packs. Go through $20,000, go right back to the store, buy more. Wow, it's like watching a drug addict that just can't say no, right? Got to catch them all, though. Yes. Moondang probably had the most impressive move today. 58%. One candle. Right off its daily 50. Finally hit our measured move. I don't know if Drew is still in Moondang. But yeah, if he is, he's super hype.
This went too high.
Yeah, a lot of this shit went too high.
No, I mean it's for me it's cool. Just no, like I was saying earlier, no shorts. There's just no shorts to be taken. We haven't seen. Well, we saw the FOMO now, but you know earlier there was no FOMO and there was no valid short to enter, in my opinion. Just order flow wise. But yeah, now that we're this high.
We just
Well, it's a bit the same stuff. We need a bit of
slowly building this, you know. So it feels like it's like yeah, we're high, but we didn't get here in one jump. I mean, today we had a nice explosive move, but some of the supports that we built underneath is so solid, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, but if you want to break out this range, a quick week down wouldn't do any harm. I mean, it would get rid of the high leverage traders.
Damn, this shit is still dropping.
It's a bullish
Oh,
candle,
it's
though.
27% down from where we are right now. How much did this shit drop? I just realized that. 70% drop right as every other alt is going crazy and everybody's hype, and you're sitting in a bull flag waiting to break out. Actually, you're sitting in a bull flag, broke out, retested the bull flag, and got a 76% candle.
You know, this new bubbling of the market, what's the time here? It could be 3 months, no? What's the hurry to TP?
Yeah, it depends on the intention. Like, the only reason I took that Bitcoin money, like I said, is because its intention was to buy alts. That's the only reason it even exists. Right? Instead of buying alts when Bitcoin was at 74, because they were all still looking so weak on their BTC pair, I just put it all in Bitcoin, rolled that up, you know, till today. And then now everything's looking way better on their Bitcoin pairs.
No, but you know, we can have fun selling 100K to try to buy back 90K, stuff like that, but only with a small part of the portfolio. You know,
Yeah,
nothing
yeah.
very aggressive.
Yeah. I'm definitely not moving any Bitcoin off of the cold wallet to sell it because we hit 100K.
Yeah, well, that's the question, right? Like, this could be just a lower high, and it's your, you know, doom is coming up next. It could also not be that at all, right?
I mean, in a way, yeah, but look, so like, I mean, look at us on the macro, right? The doom, and we had a couple doom and gloom points that would have been really bad, right? Like the points that the bears were sort of licking their chops over. Like I was saying earlier,
No.
one would have been this downtrend, right? Reject off of that, make a new low. We broke that, killed it. Next would have been that horizontal support. Reject off
We
of
came back
that,
to
dead
it and
cat
found
bounce.
support, yeah.
Yeah, came back, held it. Now we're pushing away. I mean, there's literally nothing but 2 local highs on the daily between here and ATH.
Well, you have the big, and the strongest is the double top at 110 or 108. Yeah.
Yeah. One thing I will say is that there's no vectors left. Right? We had sort of vectors helping us push this entire way up so far. But there's nowhere I think this is heading.
180. Let's go.
Did you see the global M2 overlay, what it looks like? You haven't been here for
No.
a while. You remember, right, what I was talking about? When we were waiting for it to take
Yeah,
off.
of course. I am monitoring it, but with 0 offset on Nasdaq, and yeah, they're both going up now. That's cool.
I mean, not just going up, but going up right at the moment it was supposed to go up.
I guess. Yeah. Beginning of May. I don't know. We have 12th May incoming. I got PTSD from the last years. But this year is different, right?
Let's look at 12th May for you. May 12th. May 12th looks like it's a top. But it's not like retracement top. It's just a pivot. At least on M2. Which isn't how we're supposed to be using it, right? But just to do some forward looking. I'm switching between all of them right now. So between like 84 and 100. What I'm on right now exactly is 81, 86. You know what it is? People aren't sad. Now that it's working, people aren't satisfied with it on a daily. So they're trying to fine tune this thing to see what it's doing on the 15-minute. And it's like, guys, that's not how this works. Always told y'all this is a straight macro indicator. It's not it's just meant to give you directionality. And we just made a new all-time high. So, in other words, the same way that we drew our box. Let me put this shit back on. So you see our go zone box, right? So the way we drew that box is that we were looking at the 75-day offset as the lowest possible viable offset. Right? And that 75-day offset took off at the 26th of March. So that's where I started the box. And then our last possible viable offset was 105. And that's where 105 takes off. So that's where I ended the box. So that's how we got our go zone box. Not getting married to one offset, but taking the average of the extremes and drawing out our go zone.
Hey, Dbloc, the fact that Powell says he's still doing quantitative tightening while money supply is increasing, isn't that proof that America might be tightening while other countries are actually easing?
Well,
Or
they are. They 1000% are. That's why it's moving up. But what he didn't say in that meeting is that in the last 2 weeks they've bought $47 billion worth of bonds. So remember they rolled off $20 billion off of QT, right? It was $25 billion a month and they rolled it off to $20 billion. Well, apparently they took that $20 billion and they bought bonds, and they've done it twice already. And that's what that's what QE looks like. So it's like a pseudo QE or a stealth QE, like Brandon's saying. They haven't
that's not what he said
officially.
during the meeting, no? He said that continuing to offload the balance sheet.
Yeah. But he didn't get into the specifics, and he definitely didn't mention the buying of the bonds.
Money supply is just fiat, right? So when the Fed sells assets like stocks, it automatically increases their money supply, no?
Yeah, if you look at US M2, it's ticking up. It's ticking up hard right now. So it's like US is joining the party.
But is it normal to have money supply increase during quantitative tightening because they're actually selling and that's what's increasing money supply, or is
No,
it
global
completely wrong?
our US M2 won't increase, but it's normal for global M2 to increase. The US is usually the last one to go into easing. All other countries are forced into that decision way earlier.
I see. Yeah, like Europe has been, I guess,
They can't hold
forced
out
to
as long.
decrease.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Infinite with the 5 gifties. Appreciate you, brother. W gifts.
All right, trade safe, people. Time for dinner. I'll be back.
Take it easy.
Enjoy the ride.
Only Discord member with his own entrance and exit music. Great. I'll be right back, y'all. All right. We got about an hour for this thing to start pumping before everybody's dopamine starts wearing off.
Man, ETH on the 5 minute keeps getting some little star volume candles, but they just keep getting invalidated.
Why is it? Oh, little smokies. I'm like, why does my bear have sunglasses?
Because he's a cool bear.
Nah, I just didn't want them to see what was going to happen to him.
Covering up those tears.
Yeah, ETH is, you know. But it's hard for it not to look good, like I said, with ETH BTC looking how it's looking. You know how much of a go signal that was for people to buy ETH? Even though it's not, you know, confirmed, it's not, but in comparison, you don't have to know a lot about TA to know that that's a breakout. And let's see, let me see if I can get some further targets on ETH here. Oh, this is where our bull was, this resistance. I'd be impressed if we break above and keep going. If we break above 2100 and keep going. ETH has been pent up for a while.
The thing with that, that's a pretty major POC for the bear market range.
Mm-hmm.
So if that breaks and it holds that, that's a really good sign.
Hey, Dbloc, may I ask you a novice question?
Yeah, what's up?
I heard you earlier where you said that you have long-term bags and you do short-term and
Mm-hmm.
mid-term and obviously because you've been around for a long time. But if you had like $100, I mean, just figuratively, how do you divide like generally and like dry powder, this, everything?
My long-term bags are the biggest portion, right? Probably like, in my long-term bags, probably like 60%. And then my midterm swings, I would say maybe probably like 10-15%. So what I swing intraday, quick moves in and out isn't like a large portion. Sometimes I might mix my, if I don't happen to be into a long-term swing and I see a good short-term play, then I'll go in with heavier weight. But for the most part, that's how I have it spread out. Daily trades are just to bring in the daily bread. Weekend week-long swings, right, are my 3-day up, 3-day down, whatever we happen to be doing. Just as a sort of base trade that's always there. And then the long-term bags that's the goal, right? Everything feeds into the long-term bags.
So the alts that you bought, are they long term or they're like?
No, long-term meaning like the bags that my Bitcoin had been sitting in since, we came in at the bottom. Or the coins that I bought and I'm going to hold all the way to the end. I don't really care if they're going up or down. It's just a long hold. Those will go in there. Some of my Ethereum is in long hold. The ones that I bought at 15, I just put those right into long hold. But it's mostly just Bitcoin. Mostly just Bitcoin and the alts that I'm riding to the top of the market. But long term for me, like, in other words, anything I put in there now, I can't really consider it long term because we're talking like 4 or 5 months. That's more midterm. Midterm swings for me are like anywhere between a week or a month to like half a year. Long term is something that I'm holding for the entire cycle.
But we are coming to the culmination of it all, right? So, or
Mm-hmm.
long term, you mean you're gonna take the Bitcoin to the next cycle?
No, it's just meaning it's in storage because it's been in there. Everything is gone at the top. I'm not holding anything through the bear market. I don't play those games. But more importantly, what it means is it's my level of management for the trade. Right. So in the long term are the ones that I'm not managing these trades from day to day. Right. Got in at good valuations, holding them till I get to a certain point. The weekly swing ones get a little bit more attention, right? I'll check in on them, maybe once a day, just to make sure that trends are going in the direction they're supposed to be going in. But the intraday trades, right? Those are the ones that get micromanaged.
These are all sport, right?
Yep. Yep. Which is why I'll never hold during a bear market. You're giving away the power of compounding if you hold during the bear market. And that's, that's leverage in itself.
But that Raul Paul had said something interesting a while back about this compounding thing. Like he had bought and then he sold at a cycle, whatever top. And next time he didn't buy that much, the amount of money he had made. He didn't buy with everything. He again went with little. So it's like, and then Bitcoin has done what it has done. So it's like you never buy back once you sell.
It's a big regret. That's the important part. You've got to make sure that you buy back.
So that's what he was saying, that it's better to hold it for so long rather than buy, sell. Then
I mean, it depends on the person, right? Like, do I think everybody should, sell every Bitcoin peak and buy every Bitcoin dip? No, that's going to screw most people over. But do I think that you can trade Bitcoin on a weekly during the bear market and maybe make 3 trades, 4 trades? and way outperform somebody that just bought at the bottom and held, yeah, I think everybody here has the skills to be able to do that. Or if not, we'll develop the skills to be able to do that.
I think it also depends on the strategy. If it's a long term, like that, I do agree that makes more sense. But if it's just like within cycle, I don't know. I don't know yet. But from what I've done when we were accumulating on the go zone right there, that little like head and shoulders we had right before it, man, the compounding I did, I was surprised myself, man. It was crazy.
Yeah. It adds up. Humans aren't meant to think exponentially, so once we get past a couple steps of compounding, our brain just sort of fizzles out. But you don't realize how powerful it is once it gets rolling.
But you also got to think of the flip side. If you can compound crazy like that, you can compound the loss as well. So you got to be careful.
Yeah, that's why you got to get your tools right. You got to get your skills sharp. But even, at the very least, I think everybody can buy Bitcoin as close to the bottom as possible and sell it as close to the top as they possibly can, and do that for 2 cycles. That's, 12 years of trading, only 6 trades taken, and change your life.
Yeah, that is very true. That is very true.
It all comes down to cycle knowledge. For me, it's easy because I understand the cycles. I know where we're at in the cycle. I know that the bear market is coming. I know that the boom, you know what I mean? So you're not just blindly deciding to sell and buy back. Like, you're riding the cycle, and until the cycle breaks. Like, if you're given something that's that sort of timed out and perfect, to not take advantage of it, that shit drives me crazy. And I get the argument, oh, you have all the money in the world, you don't have to worry about da-da-da, you're not going to spend it any. Like, bro, listen, I hear you. But I'm going to get it while I'm young, bro. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I know what happens when you got complacent. We're about 6 to 8 months out from the top unless something happens that pushes our cycle, makes it like right translated. But I'm getting out personally. I'm taking profits August, September, October. And then I'm spending all of November closely paying attention.
Meaning November is like a make or break for super cycle or not.
At that point, we'll know if it's going to be right translated or not. I'm guessing we'll get a dip anyways. And if we were to right translate, it would mean that we would go for like a double top that broke higher. Sort of like what we did, during the last one. But one that keeps going. For me, I can't really completely consider it a super cycle unless it runs a year longer than it's supposed to.
Man, the reason I say I'm so intrigued to see what would be the effect of all markets being in a bear market at the same time, include like the housing, stocks, crypto.
Yeah, we're
That'll be
about to
very
see that.
interesting. And if it does come to a super cycle that we do have, that would lead right into that.
That's what I think the purpose of a super cycle would be. The purpose, in my opinion, of a super cycle would be to catch all cycles up to the real estate cycle and have everything sort of move in unison for the downturn. But we haven't seen evidence of that yet. So we can't. It's irresponsible to assume it's going to happen.
If you think about it, that's kind of like a mean reversion back to the 50.
Yeah, basically.
But yeah, you're completely right. It's foolish to think that there's no confirmation or anything
Listen,
on
if we
that.
just play it how if we just play it how we're playing it, you know, we'll have plenty of profits to make decisions with at that time. So it's like, it doesn't make too much sense to think about it right now. I mean, what would you do different if it was going to be a super cycle? Yeah, put more money in. You're already going to regret not putting in more money, whether we super cycle or not, right? You know what I mean?
I already do.
So it's like,
Well, not regret, but it's like, dang, I should have put more money.
what
But it's
exactly
hard
would
because
you
when
do
you're
different?
catching. Well, no. Well, yeah. What I would do different? Probably
Like if we
nothing.
knew,
Just hold
right
longer.
now for sure that it was going to super cycle, I don't know, maybe you'd make a little bit more effort to put someone, you know, maybe.
Well, the thing is, for me, my plan right now is when we do this retracement and make this higher low, I'm still gonna go in on that. So
Yeah.
it's not that I would put more money or not. It's more of like, okay, when my exit point and start thinking about, okay, if I knew right now it's a super cycle,
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
my strategy for my exit point would change. But the only thing that would change is the time base of me holding my assets.
That's
But
what
like
I
you
wanted
said,
to ask. What's a super cycle like? Is it like
Just a right
it's
translated cycle. It goes maybe 6
Oh,
months, a
okay.
year longer than it's supposed to. Yeah, that's all.
but like you said, Dbloc, like there's gonna be plenty of time for us to get the confirmation and still have plenty in our
Yeah,
bag.
yeah, that's
So
why I'm not stressing
there's
it too much.
there's no stress there. But it's just funny to think how it kind of all plays along like that.
Yeah. This is why I've been saying that this cycle is so important. Now, every cycle is important, but this cycle specifically, because if things take the downturn that we expect it to, you know, with real estate and everything across the board, things are gonna be looking bad for people out there, bro. You know, your average person that isn't investing and just working, things are gonna get really tight and really rough. So to know that you're gonna have, or that at least you're making steps right now to be able to take care of your family a little better during those hard times, make you feel good.
But it depends what goes down. No, if it's the currencies going down, then it's just gonna be a typical bear market. No.
Just real estate is what I'm talking about. When we get to the end of the real estate cycle, things
Yeah, but
typically take a pretty nasty downturn.
Didn't that already happen though on real estate?
Yeah, in 2008. Now it's time for
No,
it to
no.
happen again.
Recently, I thought real estate was going down, and with the currencies losing value, it's like double pain for real estate people already. No.
Yeah, but they haven't got to the top of their cycle. Real estate's actually at the point where it should have a boom. Right? Bubbles don't pop with like a whimper. Like they pop with parabolic, irrational sort of movements.
Talking about bubbles, can these alts at least start to bubble a bit? Because they bubble downward.
So I started this watch list with all the, you know, requests and shit, and also we've been talking about on YouTube. It looks pretty alt seasony for more than half of this list. 68%, high 30%, 20%, 30, 17%, 15%. Let's see which ones did the worst. Yes, but that doesn't count. Litecoin actually didn't move. Litecoin only did 3% today. And things that I had already popped, like Popcat. Bitcoin did 4%.
Good afternoon.
What's going on?
Hello.
Man,
Gotta
look at
love it,
that
huh?
chart. I only just saw it.
Mhm.
My phone died while I was sleeping, so I didn't get alerted to the breakout.
Crazy news, guys. Aramco UAE now accepts Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in gas stations. So you can fill your car with gas and pay in crypto.
How's that
Nice.
bullish? It's bearish pressure. We don't want people to spend their Bitcoin for oil. We want them to hold. That's bearish news.
Well, that just means
Bearish.
oil companies are accumulating Bitcoin. That's bullish.
Exactly.
I don't know. It also means people are selling their Bitcoin.
Well, listen, if you're
It's
spending your
incentive
Bitcoin
for
to buy
havoc.
gasoline that's going to be gone in a day, we need to have a conversation.
Yeah, the whole idea is to make people buy and just die with their Bitcoin, never sell it.
Yeah, use your fiat for that shit.
Yeah, or at least a stable. Imagine a Bitcoin stable. They come out with something called Bitcoin stable, and it just stays at one price.
Hey, Dbloc, we're back to where we sold. Remember 102?
Yeah.
That sell up there? That was a nice one.
Yeah. Back with way more coins, but we're back.
The difference is we're on our way up, not down this time, so not like.
Yeah, I'm keeping a real close eye on Litecoin Bitcoin chart. Because I do have some money for Litecoin, but I'm not touching it until that bottoms out.
Is it at $85 LTC? Oh, it's a bit above 92.
I mean, it came down off of the, it came up off of the bottoms. It's just been underperforming all the other alts, basically.
Um,
All right, let's
yeah,
go
but structure-wise, it's the same, right? Like you have a big V. Like if it gets rejected, it's probably likely gonna find support at $80 again. No, it's a bit the same with Nasdaq. If you get rejected at this 200 MA on the daily, you'll likely find support at 19,000.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's worth it. 5% down, yeah. Is it worth the risk, Dbloc? Because shorting is a risk. I mean, selling is a risk too.
Do you have
5%
confirmation
down on
of bearish momentum yet?
No.
Probably at least wait for that.
Yeah, I know. I passed all short entries around today and yesterday. I guess we'll just continue ignoring double tops.
I think we have to get used to that. We might have to get used to that, man. Coming up here.
I mean, 98, it just went through it, so there was no reason to really short 98, yeah. On a 4-hour, now on the 15, it's a bit different, of course.
Just want to point out that this whole move started with this tiny little 5-minute stopping volume candle.
At 74?
Yeah. No, 93. But that double bottom at 74 was probably one of the most beautiful things.
It reminded me of 15K. Like, when that thing happened and we started going back up, I looked back at 15K. Because it's exactly what Bitcoin did at 15.5. And it makes sense to put a similar pattern here because it's the third Elliott wave up. And you have to, I don't know, it was elegant. Like, that thing down there reminded me of 15.5 and how it did its double bottom there. And I mean, it is a bit similar. Yeah.
What if this entire thing's just been a bear market rally? and our bottom was put in at 74, and that was the beginning of the bull market. And we still have 4 years left.
For that to be true, you would need a
I'm talking
larger.
shit. Don't even go into
No,
it.
but that could be the case if we put a much bigger, larger reversal pattern, or something longer in time. Like
Well,
if it
so
takes between 1 year to exit 74 area,
so I've been
to make
playing
sense,
around. I've been playing around with that idea in my head, just as like a thought experiment, right? And I'll give you some of the things that I've seen that sort of line up with it. 74 being the bottom of the bear market, meaning that from 15 to 74 was a bear market rally. That's around the area that we got the largest liquidations we've ever gotten on Bitcoin. Last time was I'm sorry, you know what? Not even 74. We could call it 49. Either way, the largest liquidations, only time before that was FTX and COVID, bottom of the bear market. Fear and greed at 10. Last time we saw that was COVID and FTX, bottom of the bear market.
Bro, Ethereum just broke 2100.
Yeah,
it's
if
trying
has
to
a
get
lot
above
of
this
work.
support here.
Call me up if it hits to 2800, please. Let's go, Eve. Let's go. Take your time, though.
Yeah,
What's the hurry
don't
here?
go too crazy.
Dominance is falling as well.
Well, that's thanks to Eve. Right?
Yeah. Yep. ETH does a lot of damage to Dom when it gets going.
I mean, at least 2400. But hey, it could just go back down to 1800 and then go to 2400.
If all targets could just hit and react like that, the world would be a better place.
You know, for me on ETH, this is a long, like even after this huge green candle, it's still a long because we're just now coming back above 2nd of February low. And so it is a bit of an ABC. And on the bigger macro, if you look at 5th of August 2024, that's a big down move. We went down from 4,100 to 2,100, hold support at 2,100, went back up to 4,000, put a lower high there. I mean, a double top, I guess. Yeah, a bit lower high. And then it went all the way down there. So it's not going to work on the first attempt. We'll play with the level a few times, but eventually it's more of a stay long from 2,100, not stay short. The short is, well, 2020, somewhere there. Yeah. It's a bit of shady zone, right? ETH is at the bull bear market line. This is this whole area between 2000 and 2100 is a bit messy. It's like you want to stay short from 2000 in case we dip like below 1600, and you want to more like stay long from 2100 or even 2200 in case we rip to 4K. Yeah? Could just play both actually and stop. Yeah, if it moves 10%, you just get liquidated on one or stopped out.
Yeah, ETH looks really good. Somebody's asking why ETH is pumping. It's like I said, ETH BTC is making a move. Actually, it's making a really good move. It just put in another green 8-hour candle here.
Well, you know how bubbles pop when you blow too much into them? That's also true to the downside. ETH dump way too much. So now it's going to pump relatively too much.
Oh shit, what the hell happened to Veracity? Yo, what is going on with some of these alts?
Ouch.
Holy shit.
Another one bites the dust.
Yo, is there like Veracity news or something? No, it's not everything. It's not definitely not everything. Is this another? Hold on. Damn, that's a 60% candle.
One big Veracity whale seeing Bitcoin at 102, deciding to dump its.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is we just saw the same thing on Spec, which you see it once and you're like, okay, anomaly, you know, but You
Ah,
see it
getting rid of longs.
twice.
There was probably too many longs on the contract now.
Yeah, this isn't just take. This is a 70% candle. This is not just take profits. It's not like we just came down 20% to the 50 EMA or something.
It just made a new bear market bottom
Just.
on the daily.
Just.
Yeah.
It,
Yeah, but that's typical
it
from alts. You know, I've seen
just
them go
made a new
straight
bear
at
market bottom.
Yeah, it's normal, man. It's shitcoins. You know, I've seen Anfa is a good example where it goes straight for all-time highs. That could happen too, but in this case, it went straight for bear market bottom, and it's got probably linked to the amount of people longing it. Yeah, that's what I would bet on. Well, can we check
Wow.
Veracity long-short ratio?
Hold on, I'm about
That
to.
they got.
Let me put both of these on the
Mudang
screen.
is Drew still in
80%.
Mudang?
Yep.
Because that thing's up 66%.
Yep. Yep.
That is wild.
YouTube should be happy as hell because the entire YouTube request list is on fire.
You know, it's a 1-minute candle on Veracity.
No,
That
I
thing,
know. I know.
You zoom in on the 1 minute. It's a 1-minute candle, and you don't see it on your chart, but on the perpetual contract, it went to new bear market bottom. So yeah, it's a contract depegging, and
I've got more
just wait.
candles here.
Look at the Bybit perpetual. It's typical false. It's crazy. It went much lower. Actually it's repegging. Yeah, it was the contracts were able to repeg with spot price, but it completely depegged. Yeah.
Talk about taking the wind out of somebody's sails, bro.
So this is you know what happens typically when it's like that? The perpetual price gets reached by spot price to solve market maker issues
Guys,
probably.
I would love if we stopped trying to rationalize a 70% candle when everything else is on fire. Like there's no rationalizing this. Something's going on.
It's worse than that.
Yeah.
It's 80 something percent.
Yeah, that's not a technical analysis thing.
Somebody
Something
just
happened.
damn man, they had 400. They were 4x off the bottom, and took a 70% haircut. I mean, to be fair, he probably should have been taking profits. I mean, this is well overextended, but still, like that's.
Oh, look at the funding rate.
What
Yeah.
is it? Don't do it.
Which one is the next one? Find me a shitcoin that has crazy positive funding rate, because you gotta monitor them. Because imagine you cut the ABC on this one, you would be in from 0.0009. Oh, and then I think it's like there's absolutely no longs left. They're all dead. So this would be a beautiful long if you were able to catch it down there, but it's on the 1 minute. I gotta zoom in and all. It's really like a quick play, but you gotta find you gotta be looking at the right chart at the right time. Now it's way too late to enter because it dumped 80%, but it's also up 190% right now on VRA. So even if you went just like 2x leverage, you'd be sitting at 400% profit if you cut it at bear market bottom. Just the ABC, you know. And now that it got rid of every long, I think it might just go for a straight new all-time high. I mean, why not? Let's be crazy. What's all-time high on VRA?
Hold on, I'm not sure. I'm on. I'm
16.
in there.
Well, 1 cent, 1.6
right
cents. Yeah.
People are not happy, bro. They've got
Well,
pitchforks and torches out right now in the VRA group.
Yeah. Well.
Somebody said, well, I just got banned from Price Chat and VRA Discord after asking him for the reason, after asking what reason the main net glitch that I exposed yesterday. I don't know what the hell this guy's talking about. It sounds like he's just really upset right now. And I got banned from there too. Everybody's pissed. Everybody's just complaining right now. It's half and half. Some people are like, what a gift that crashes. Did anybody pick up more VRA? Talk about a strong community, bro.
You know, just a return to the mean. 300% up.
I need to know why though. That's my thing. I need
Well,
to be
same
able
reason
to.
as the other altcoin. Way too many longs. Someone is having fun on leverage. Now that he got that, he might be able to push it higher now that he got rid of all the longs. Huh?
Wow.
Did you see the perpetual?
Look at the volume.
Yeah, it's new bear market bottom.
4.2 billion.
It bounced right off that downtrend though. A nice little bullish retest.
Well, you have a
Nice,
stay
yeah.
down.
Yeah, it's a,
I know.
it's a nice little bullish retest, yeah. I guess you could call it that.
I mean, if you look at it, that's quite healthy.
But a golden retest would be a way to enter this kind of shit, no? So, like, if it could drop another 50% now, roughly. Wait, that would put it at 0.0012. Oh, yeah, that's like over a 50% drop. Yeah.
Craziness. Alright. Break local tops. Clear licks. Plan here, market maker.
I shall not triple dip into Ethereum.
Man said triple dip.
I already double dip, man. Now I'm tempted to triple dip in it. It's like it's already fed me twice. Oh, I gotta stop being so greedy.
Not gonna lie, I was thinking about throwing the rest of my dry powder at ETH today.
I already did.
I did. But yesterday.
I took my Bitcoin profits yesterday and put it in ETH.
I already got my bag at like 1600, so
I'll be right back.
I debated it for like quite a while, but decided not to.
1650 in my case. Yeah.
Yeah, same.
What you guys got? That's all you guys got to do. Wait until I buy and then I sell, and then it pumps another 17% right after I sell it.
From my ETH long is up 20x.
Finally paid off some loans, man. It was like mafia robbery, dude. I was paying like 17% interest on this one thing. It's like,
jeez, that's rough, bro.
Yeah, had to chop them off now. Done with you.
Bon, SR flip at 102. That's next.
Yeah.
102 is supposed to stop this. I mean, for me, it was 99.5 or 102. If it doesn't, it doesn't, though. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it's been flipping all of the previous resistance levels.
It's so tempting to go try build a short, but
Not yet, bro.
Not right now. We're
It's
about to
not
break out.
my.
About to pop right here. Watch out.
well, that's the thing. When people press buy, price goes up, right? And then they end up forgetting to press buy, and price goes down.
I'm getting ready for the shorts, but I think there's still room. And if I'm right, then shorting is just like destroying my own profit. So I can be more patient.
Because yeah, it's 10 o'clock, Nasdaq closed and all. We might see some popping 102 stuff.
All right, that's it. Party's over. I know I've said it before, but this time I think party's really over. At least for tonight.
Yeah, market's closing.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll
Germany
probably go
almost
chill
made
for a
new
few
all-time highs,
hours.
right?
Mm-hmm.
The DAX is at all-time highs. Nasdaq is behind though. We need another 10% pump. Gonna take a while.
I feel naked.
Short it! Short the Nasdaq. I'm joking. But you know, there's a 5% play to do here.
All right, measured move officially hit. That one off the books.
1018.
Missed a lot of FOMO, but mostly ETH BTC finding a what looks like a convincing little bottom for right now. Sort of send the alts on a, well, send retail on a risk off mission.
Defensive stocks have been going down a bit in Europe, at least. There's a bit of risk appetite increase. So stuff like Danone, for example, made new all-time highs recently, and starting to go a bit down. Yeah, but it is still above the 50 MA on the daily, well above it. Like they're still high up there. Actually, the Danone didn't make a new all-time high, but it's close. Yeah. While we had Bitcoin below its 200 on the daily, a lot of these stocks never went below it, especially like defense and, well, defensive stuff, food stocks. In Europe, I'm not sure about America. So 2 months, Dbloc, we spent 2 months below that 200 on the daily. That's a lot of time, no? 2 months. Can we now spend 2 months to find a top? Or is it just going to be quick stuff? About the left-right translated stuff, we're just comparing the current structure to what happened last time. Well, we are left translated. Things happened earlier because the dip was on 12th May 2021, and right now we're close enough to 12th May 2025, which is 4 years later. But it's like we're already in September. Well, already in July, yeah. So it's like similar, but 3 months ahead. Arbitrum went to 25 cents recently. If ETH is gonna go up on the Bitcoin pair, then yeah, the ETH layer 2s could have some opportunities here and there. How about, isn't Cardano, is its own blockchain, right? Yeah, maybe new ETH layer 2s or 3s. I was looking at the order book on Binance, and it's funny because 99,500 ends up being the midpoint here between buyers and sellers. Yeah, you have 80 Bitcoin to buy at 97 and 100 to sell at 102. So the midpoint is 99.5, and there's a bit more sells than buys, but support at 97, resistance at 102. If we break resistance, the next one is actually 103, which is very close, and 105 after that. These AI coins seem to be doing decent. No, I have a Tars AI and looks like it's above the 50 on the daily now, which is a bit the exception in the alt coin market right now. Like stuff like Near is actually, oh no, now Near is also above the 50 on the daily. But well, overall, a lot of coins are well trying to find support there. Yeah. In Aptos, for example, is still at it. Solana is above, Mantle is below, AVAX is a bit above. Cardano finding support, yeah, on the 50. Then AI16Z. Yeah, it seems like AI coins are doing fine. I mean, actually, are doing better than non-AI coins. Or political coins like Trump and Melania. Algo finding support on the 50. Honestly, my opinion, it's all about the 200s here on every one of this chart. That's going to be the TP opportunity a bit to recompound them. Because when alts decide to move, typically they just go up. So you got to zoom out a bit to find resistance. And you know the reason why stuff like LTC hasn't popped already, like other orders half, it's because they haven't extended as much down as the others did, and time-wise, they were late up movers. You know, Litecoin had its run in like February. When you compare LTC to something like AVAX, AVAX had its run in December, not in February. So it kind of makes sense that you feel right now like Litecoin isn't doing much and all, but it's just, I mean, in my opinion, it's just normal. And it pumped late, it dumped less. Well, later, so it had less time on the way down, so it also dumped less, yeah, in structure, and now it seems like it's pumping less, but actually I think that's a misconception. It's not pumping less, it's doing similar structure. Which looks like a head, right? Like if you think head and shoulders wise on every one of these charts, you can see a bit of a left shoulder and then a V that recovers, filling a head. And there's going to be a lot of people trying to play like head and shoulder stuff. Especially on legacy. Like it's much cleaner on NASDAQ. We failed to touch exactly the level, but it's close enough. 20,300, yeah. We got 20,250 and very indecision candle on NASDAQ. It's not a green bullish day for legacy. It's more like, I don't know, not decided. Same on SPY or SMP. The candle has like no body. It's even more like a rejection candle, actually. And Dixie is on its way up. So this oddly is expected to, because we went down with the dollar, going back up with the dollar kind of makes a bit of sense on the smaller time frames. Today, the dollar gained 1% value against euro and other currencies, and Bitcoin also pumped 5% in the meantime. So I guess most of the money in crypto is dollars. So if Americans can have more purchasing power, then they'll scoop up more Bitcoin. I guess that's the logic. Because crypto is more of a thing in America than elsewhere. Because you are richer, probably. Well, it makes sense. I could see Dixie go back up to 103 while Bitcoin is just going up with it. Yeah, you would not expect that, but it's not inversely correlated on the daily. It's just not correlated at all right now. We're at 0 on the correlation factor on the daily, so there's just no correlation at all. On the weekly, it's one. It's almost at 1 though. On the weekly, the correlation factor is 0.7. 0.7. So it's close to 1. Which means Dixie bottomed, Bitcoin topped. Well, that's not what we saw. We saw Dixie bottom and Bitcoin bottom. It's correlated. It's not inversely correlated. It's just correlated. So Dixie down, Bitcoin down. Now Dixie is back up, Bitcoin up. We might make a new all-time high on the gold pair for Bitcoin. Let's check that one out. If you divide Bitcoin by gold, gives you the gold pair. Gives you a bit of the potential up, like it's 30%. Yeah, Bitcoin could gain 30% compared to gold. Because if you imagine you have millions of dollars, you're like, I want something safe, I'm going to buy gold. And then you're like, oh, I'm going to put 10% of that also into Bitcoin because it might become digital gold or whatever their narrative they're selling you. And then you do arbitrage between Bitcoin and gold. Well, right now, you would start selling your Bitcoin to buy back gold if the Bitcoin gold pair pumps 30%. That's the potential. After that, your price discovery, so you would deleverage a bit, and I mean de-risk and buy some gold with the money you made thanks to Bitcoin, and vice versa. So wait, 30%. If gold just goes sideways now, which isn't very likely, I think it's going to pull back, but let's assume it just goes sideways, then that gives you a potential of 30% up on Bitcoin, which is 130K. I like that. 130K. Well, still short of 180 target, but it's a possibility. It's gonna take a few weeks and months. Although at this rate, what's Bitcoin doing? We're getting that double top at 102. Cooling off CVD while going sideways up here. and cooling off every indicator on the small time frames while going sideways at resistance. Well, who wants to buy 100 Bitcoin at 102,000? But nobody's left here. Am I muted? Or did I? Everybody's focusing on buying or selling.
You're not muted. I'm just focusing on my trades.
Yeah, sorry, I'll shut up. I might break concentration. There's a red
Oh, I'm
candle.
enjoying.
Let's all
I'm
shut
enjoying
up.
listening to
No,
you.
I'm just saying bullshit looking at my watch list live on YouTube, I guess.
It passes the time.
Yeah. It's not like I'm gonna do something crazy and go all in long or all in short. What's Tesla up to? Got some Tesla stocks. Got that triple bottom at 220-ish, 225. And now, oh man, I could see Tesla go down so much more. But with crypto app, I guess it'll just stay around here a bit more. And that 200 MA on the daily is resistance on Tesla. If it can't get through, it can't get through. Expect low below 210. Can give it a bit of room. Like losing 260 would be a confirmation that you might get your low at around 220. And if we start closing candles above resistance, which is 300 roughly, then forget the idea. You could extend a bit your technical bounce to like 350, somewhere there, and then actually come back down. Or maybe just fight support at your breakout and go for new all-time highs. That's a possibility. We fell short on Tesla a bit of some nice fib levels. That 486 wasn't a nice fib level. Maybe like there's still upward targets to be met on Tesla.
Where the bears at? Where the bears at?
Well, they ran out of Bitcoin to sell. Actually, no, they're still selling. You see, Bitcoin initially had a high at 101,700 or 101,600, where Dbloc was saying he got front run, or I forgot, like he missed the target by $100 or something like that. When we came to that point, you had 1,000 at 1,200 positive CVD. Now, price is making a new high, but CVD is lower. So
I'm gonna be completely honest. I shorted this.
yeah, well,
just a hedge.
there's no. Well, we might get a bearish reaction now that we broke 102. Let's see what happens. Because yeah, the sell wall got taken out at 102. It didn't get replenished, and we're trading above it.
Yeah, TP at like 98, 90, in between 90, 96 and 98.
99.5 would be a nice TP one, no? It's the midpoint, but now it's not the midpoint anymore. Where's the midpoint now? Things change so quick. Well, I don't know. There's no midpoint. We're just pumping.
Crazy though, how quick things change.
Yeah. Bitcoin is up 6%. I mean, 6% is nice, but it's nothing crazy, you know. It's like 6%.
ETH is doing so well, man.
Yeah, that's a bit crazier. 20%. On the other hand, it's so far behind. I mean, you know, Bitcoin is at 3,900. That's where Bitcoin is. BTC is like at 3,900 on the ETH chart. Actually, no, sorry, it's at 4,400. Yeah.
ETH definitely was
No.
the play. ETH was the buy to make, like in the big old dip. ETH and
Yeah.
Doge. I think Dogecoin still. Don't count Doge off. Yeah.
Well,
short Bitcoin.
What's Doge doing below 20 cents while ETH is above 2,000 and Bitcoin above 100K?
I think the best buys in the dip were Sui and ETH, to be honest. Not counting meme coins. Just the top assets.
Yeah, I think if something hasn't quite moved yet, but has a history of moving, it's like, okay, well, it's still at value. You know, you can still pick it up. Cheap, you haven't missed out yet. You know what I mean? Whereas
Virtuals, man.
ETH is kind of like left the station now. It's on the move, you know? The taxi has pulled away.
It's
You can
still cheap,
get
though.
Yeah,
It's
you can
still
get in,
cheap,
but
even though it pumped 20%. I wouldn't buy after a 20% pump, but it's still cheap down there.
depends
These
on
are the
your
less.
time horizon. Like if you're buying to hold it for 12 months, then yeah, this is still great.
Well, now it's back. It's back above 5th of August 2024 swing point. So this is kind of the last. It's the last time to buy from ABCs. Yeah. After that, you'll get like.
Yeah.
You could buy it. You could buy
I'm just
2,800,
looking-
but
I'm just looking now at that that latest 15-minute candle on Bitcoin. It just punched into a new high there. That's cool. That's fantastic.
Others change structure on the daily. We are bullish. Well, as long as it holds that 253, but it broke it.
This is an incredible day. Like this is a fantastic day for crypto today. I know because there was obviously the devastating day for it. The what do they call it? The Liberation Day. Trump called it Liberation Day. That was horrible. Like that phase, that chapter was just really ugly. But we got through it. And I think crypto held up really well considering what happened to the stock market, you know. So that's testament to the fact that that Bitcoin and crypto are maturing into like a legitimate asset class that is taken seriously now. It's not just like a pump and dump. It's not just a meme. It's there's legitimacy there now, you know?
Yeah, bro.
Institutions are finally seeing the light and the potential and the merit, you know, in it. So that's good.
Let's go. Let's go.
I mean, Bitcoin's what? What size is Bitcoin on the market cap scale? It's
like,
six. It's the sixth
right near
largest
Amazon.
asset.
It's right near Amazon.
Yeah, right on the tail of Amazon. Yeah, dude, it won't take long before it flips that. Easy. You got 2.02 trillion on Bitcoin and then 2.03 trillion on Amazon.
Watch out, Nvidia, we're coming.
But yeah, I think Bitcoin can get 3 trillion. I think it can raise another trillion, and then get ahead of Apple even, and get into third spot. Very cool.
Yo, what happened today? Are we just like, is alt season back? Are we back?
We're so back, man. You don't understand.
But when we were down below 80K and all, it felt obvious that it would take Bitcoin above 100K for people to start risking it on alts, and that's exactly what's happening. People seeing Bitcoin above 100K are just buying up shitcoins.
Now I have a bigger position than what I had before, so I'm even more scared. It's crazy. Scared in a good way, I guess would be the word. Scared might not even be the word. Optimistic or something. How you doing? Oh, I always take profit.
It's like anxiety-induced excitement or something. I don't know. I know what you mean though.
I was excited when it was dropping because I was like, everybody was so fearful. And I forget who came in here that one night like a month ago and was like, boy, everybody's fearful. It's time to buy. And I'm sitting there like buying stuff, and I'm like, well, at least I'm not the only one. And now I'm feeling good about that from a month ago, man.
Oh hell
You
yeah!
guys got,
Isn't it fantastic? The more you go through this, like you go through the ebbs and flows of the emotions, the more you become accustomed and know when to buy. Like you just gotta, because it's very counterintuitive. Like I feel, on a primal level, it's like, okay, fear, don't touch it. If you're scared of something, like the natural response is to get away from it or leave it or don't touch it. You know what I mean? But it's like the opposite. It's like the other way around in trading and investing.
guys, does anyone know how the CMC altcoin season index is calculated?
I think it's
I'm not
dominance.
sure, dude.
I don't
XRP's
think it's
ripping right now.
just dominance. I think it's a combination of stuff like the fear and greed index, but I'm not sure because it seems that we are like 31% into the altcoin season, so I'm just wondering how it's calculated because it doesn't actually make any sense.
Okay, it's based on the performance of the top 100 altcoins relative to Bitcoin over the past 90 days.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was based off of that's quarterly window or whatever, off of top whatever. So if like altcoins if most of them are outperforming Bitcoin, it would lean towards altcoin season.
Oh, okay, so it's basically based on an exponential growth of altcoins versus Bitcoin. Okay.
Top 100, yeah.
Yeah, we could really be tapping into the new paradigm now. It's possible, like a new era of blue sky, price discovery type stuff.
Yes, we are there,
It could
brother.
happen.
Others is there. Others is so ready.
And you know what can also happen is that Bitcoin can still, appreciate in value while giving up dominance and letting the alts run with it. You know what I mean?
That's what's supposed to
Bitcoin
happen.
can rise. Yeah. Bitcoin can certainly go up while dominance falls. Like there's no problem with that. It just means it's not taking the lion's share of the market anymore. Like it's sharing it. It's giving some love to the to the alts.
Yeah, dude, Bitcoin dominance is so high right now. It's like when it crashes down back to like low 60s, man.
Yeah.
Before low 60s, if we could, at least get back below 64.3%, then we could call it potentially a reversal downward on the Bitcoin dominance. Yeah. Right now, it's higher than the previous high point.
Yeah, there's certainly been a pullback. I mean, you just have to look at Dbloc's market cap BTC dominance chart there on the side. He's got it on the 4 hours, so it's been falling for like 16 hours now or more.
with Bitcoin
Yeah,
pumping.
it's falling, but you should also take into consideration that, for example, Ethereum had a relatively mild run, so it went from 1800 to almost 2200, and it's still running. So it's interesting to see this.
Yeah.
I'm actually glad because I'm in a long for Ethereum since 15,000, so
Yeah.
I also took a little
Nice
bit
swing.
of profits. Yeah, I also took a little bit of profits of the Bitcoin trade since I took from 74k, so I took about 50% off of that, so just to lock in some profits. But yeah, it seems that many of them are still going, and they're going kind of strong.
Yeah, people that have been buying over the last few months are, man, they're in for something special.
We're gonna get negative funding rates now. This
We've
is
had
cool.
we've had negative funding rates for like 2 weeks. Like I've been
Yeah,
making money on my
I know.
longs. It's crazy.
Yeah, me too. But with this upward move on charts, you would expect people to just go ham long, but that's not what's happening. They're actually TPing, or I don't know, but that's not what's happening.
Yeah, let me check. Hold on. Yeah, I literally made like. Hold on, let me check.
Bybit Bitcoin has it at 0.000. It's like even.
Yeah, on a $1,600 position on Akash, I made $50 in funding over the last week and a half, 2 weeks.
I'm on Binance and I get quite okay on BTC long and Ethereum long.
Yeah,
I think lots of people are actually longing right now, and that's why the funding rates changed.
Not on my exchange. It's odd.
On what exchange are you, my friend?
On Bybit.
Hmm.
It's like
Yeah, I'm on Binance.
second biggest.
Yeah, most of them have that. The ones that were paying me for being in longs for the last like two weeks have flipped to positive now, but just barely. So it's really nothing. I honestly think the money that I made over the last 2 weeks from the funding rates is gonna cover me for a decent while. For what I'm gonna be paying
That's
back.
nice, my friend. Well,
And
Ethereum closing 2,200.
It's beautiful, man. The weekly's up over 21% on E.
10.9k in profit. This looks nice.
Hold that, baby. Hold that, baby, to 5K.
No, I'm just gonna take some profits at 2,200. I'm just gonna take about 50% of the profits, just to make sure.
That's a good move.
Although I still do believe that Ethereum can go higher, maybe 3,000, 3,500. But I just want to feel a little bit safer that I locked in some profits.
Yeah, that's why I shorted Bitcoin because I'm long crazy, so I got to short this a little bit. Is that the hedge? Taking profits and shorting are both hedges when you're long. Right?
Yeah, I also shorted Bitcoin quite a lot from 74k, but I still had a long open. So I had a long open for a long time since 74k, but I still shorted the lower dips. For example, 95 to 93, 97 to 94, stuff like that. To
Yeah,
get
but
both sides.
yeah, it's for me. The only reason I shorted because it came into my red box. I would feel bad if I didn't short, especially being at 102,000.
Yeah,
All these
I
dead
got
longs open.
It's
you got
crazy. ETH is
breakout.
approaching 2200.
Yeah, you got a lot of this stuff about to hit breakout points. XRP is looking
$3-4.
You know what's crazy is that ETH went so low while Bitcoin stayed up there. That's the crazy part. It's not this pump that's crazy. It's it's the dump.
I mean, that was kind of. Why wouldn't it go low? That low? There was no reason for it not to.
Remember what
I thought
Dbloc
it would go
said,
lower,
and
to be honest.
remember what Dbloc said, and also remember what we talked on this channel for quite a while now, that Ethereum price was held back, and they just needed to have a little bit of I don't know, maybe incentive to do something to stop the price being held back, and that's what actually happened. Oh, Dbloc is actually showing something there.
Look at virtuals, man, up 50% today. Holy crap!
Big buys, big buys.
Yeah, we're moving upward.
I gotta lock in, man. I got
Dbloc,
stuff to do.
that actually looks very weird when you're doing like up down, up down, up down.
I mean, it doesn't. There's not that much, like, in terms of liquidity, if we look. I mean, I don't know. It feels FOMO.
I mean, all you got to do, guys, is pull up Bitcoin dominance. Go to BTC.D chart and look where the money's coming from. Not only is
I mean, that's because ETH is
dominance,
ripping. ETH is 2200 right now. That's why dominance is dumping, basically. Both ETH and
all
SOI
the
are ripping.
altcoin market, it's not just ETH. I mean, look at Algo, look at HBAR, look at IOTA, look at Chainlink. All of them over double digits in a single run here. I mean, it's not ETH. It's everything is moving. When you got Bitcoin
You're right.
dominance,
Yeah.
when you got Bitcoin dominance and USDT dominance both pulling back like that, money's coming into the market.
Now, just to return to the average, we're gonna need this pump on alts to be sustained for like a whole week, where you see them outperform Bitcoin, and then we can talk about a return to the mean. Because even with 20% pumps, well, on ETH, for example, you're still below every average on the bigger time frames. ETH is still below the 200 EMA. You know, ETH is below.
You're also changing direction.
Yeah, but
when you start making higher highs than what's to the left and higher lows than what's to the left.
Well, like the exponential average is at 2,400 on ETH. So even with this 20% pump, it's still down. I wouldn't buy it anymore though, because we're now back above 5th of August dip, and that's the last point to catch along from. There's gonna be nothing else after that.
Good job, guys.
I
Look, check out
100%
Pepe.
agree, Zusi. Yeah, Pepe's gone kind of ballistic.
How much is it up today?
40.
My Pepe bag is up almost as much as my Bitcoin bag, and there's like a vast difference in the amount that I hold.
Virtuals is at $2.07. Yesterday it was literally $1.50, $1.40.
It would still be interesting to see if we pass the Ethereum 2200 mark. If that passes, maybe we get some bigger pumps. Not sure right now. It seems that Bitcoin is very bullish, and also we may see maybe a test on the upper high.
Not to mention ETH BTC up 13% today.
Yeah. When was where was the upper high for BTC? I think 104 or something like that.
The all-time high?
All-time high, yeah.
109.58.
109. Okay.
Technically
yeah,
110.
110. Yeah.
No, we hit 110 on some exchanges.
Oh, we did. I'm looking at Binance.
Yeah, but that depends on the exchange. So Average was about 109-ish, kind of.
Yeah, I'm sure some low liquidity hit 110, but Binance hit 109.5.